band in. Woo. Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it, too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Rather is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We're too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go. the band in. Woo! Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it, too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No, don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Riding is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. You're too cold, you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go. man, I can't go back now. Watch it all go black. Yeah, seen too much, can't forget about all that. It was really all bad. You don't wanna see the things that I seen, man. You should know that. And it's all facts. On top, we winning. That's how I'm living. Ain't no option, I gotta go get 'em.
Hello everyone and welcome back to yet another day right here on the MEA Championship for Fall 2023. My name's GEEKAY. I'm joined by Esports. And if you're already joining us on day 3, why? But either which way, in case you missed it, right, you've been seeing quite a bit of performance coming through from our respective teams. And we've actually been seeing quite a bit of a change-up coming through in comparison to what we had back in the spring season of the MEA Championship. Teams that performed slightly differently back then, really stepping it up coming into this MEA Championship. So I like the pacing, the shift, the changes that we are experiencing with the teams. And everybody is here. They mean business. And boy, so far, this is being pretty damn contentious.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we were losing our minds. We threw the English dictionary out of the window because at this point it's become so incredibly difficult to predict not only what these teams are going to be bringing to the table, but also just to express how impressed we have been these last few days, these last few matches, at how quickly they have adapted to the landscape. And they still are finding ways and ways to up the ante every single time.
Yes, they definitely have done exactly that. But of course, well, before we get into too deep of a look at what we've been experiencing so far with the teams, of course, we've got to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues and Championships. So mad respect, mad love going out to them. But speaking about monsters, right? We've been looking at a few monstrous performances coming through from a few of our teams, right? We are looking at a bit of a trend that is starting to develop as the teams are starting to find their rhythm, find their flow. And I've got to say this is looking very, very exciting. I mean, we've had a very up and down play across just the past 2 days.
It's not really surprising, but let's go take a look at that overall and start to break it down. Brute Force, again, one of the few teams that we expect to be in this position. We expect them to have this fantastic of a showing. Absolutely consistent. Also, still, even yesterday, one of our top teams in terms of performances, just garnering 62 points in a single day yesterday. So an absolutely monstrous performance. Moving over towards Quest and RUKH, of course, that shining light that we saw at the end of the day alongside XENON, really showcasing why they deserve to be at this point. But then look at that, DK. Between 4th and 5th, of course, we know those top 4 are the teams that are actually going to be able to get the slot into PMGC. Between 4th and 5th, it's 1 point. 1 point difference, and then it trickles down ever so closely. So an incredibly close and competitive showing that we're seeing from these teams, which you can't ask for more. You really can't.
I mean, we've been seeing quite a bit of a gear up, the shift up coming through from quite a few of our teams. I mean, if we look at NASR, if we look at XENON, right, these teams really locking in on the focus, managing to secure even more points in comparison with what they were able to bring into day number 1. I mean, even NIGMA Galaxy, as we just saw over on that first page, also just upping the ante, focusing so tremendously on their performances here. And then, of course, as we take a look over on towards the second page, this is where things look and feel a little bit weird, right? Because we've got FALCONS White and GEEKAY positioned on the second page. I mean, we are accustomed to seeing them run about at this stage, well, based on what we had in the previous MEA Championship, to sit on the top, right? To be in 3rd, 4th place. That is where we had them last season. So quite a bit of a considerable change. But both teams currently are tied on 57 points. So I think today is going to be a big day for the teams, especially over on the second page, to really lock in the focus and bring all those insane performances that they can muster out onto the battlefield. Because if they don't, we won't be able to see them move up into that top 4 slot.
Yeah, as of yesterday evening, of course, we have officially hit that halfway mark, coming through into day number 3. Only 12 more matches remain, 12 more opportunities to climb that overall leaderboard. And I mean, as we've mentioned, we have consistent teams, at least in the form of Brute Force. We can go take a look at their tournament stats to see exactly why they have been so consistent and why they have managed to get themselves to the top of the first team with 123 total points. I just like that as well. 1, 2, 3. It's so easy. They just make it look so easy. But of course, course, Ado, I mean, our two-time day in, day out, obviously just bringing in the pain, looking just at the sheer amount of damage that they have also been outputting, it makes completely sense. And the rest of the team, no exception really either, because they have been bringing in their own flavor, their own incredible prowess. So, DK, I mean, even just trying to break down what we've seen from the teams in that last match from yesterday, it was absolutely brutal.
It was, and you just got to commend the consistency that they've been bringing through. Day 1, day 2, managing to sit at the top of the leaderboard for both days respectively, but also on the overall leaderboard, right? That is where they've been able to show their dominance. And I mean, the consistency is just there. There's nothing that you can fault. So whatever change Brute Force has been able to find moving forward into this MEA Championship, not only coming through from the respective PMPLs, but also for the entirety of 2023, I mean, things looking just so phenomenal. Because last season, round about this point, right, we had Brute Force sitting all the way in 5th position, tied with 72 points alongside Road to Glory R8 as well as RUKH Esports. And now we see a different story starting to develop here. They've been able to just find that flow that they need to maintain pole position. And I think it's going to be exceptionally tough for the teams really to try and catch them up, because already they have a 31-point lead.
It's a lot. It is a ridiculous amount that we're saying. Yeah, just by the way, the top team right now is leading with 31 points, as if this competition isn't, at a completely different level. I've seen these teams perform at before. We continuously are being surprised. But I mean, talking about Brute Force, talking about these teams that had such a great start to yesterday's matches, we also have to highlight the likes of NASR and, of course, XENON, who brought through a very different strategy. And ultimately, I loved every bit of it. I mean, just looking at the confidence that we saw from XENON, I think that's still something that just absolutely sticks with me. And for NASR, again, it's textbook. I mean, just moving into that last Erangel where we had Starch actually just jumping into the water, because why not going for the last person there? They had their entire team up and at them to be able to back them up. And you can see there with the average eliminations and damage, the throughput from these teams has been wonderfully consistent. And again, XENON currently sitting in the top 4, the guardians of those PMG slots as it currently stands. For NASR, again, even though they had such a fantastic day, it only came through in day number 2, and it still has to come through into today. They currently find themselves sitting in 7th place, tied, almost tied very closely with RTG. So there is this beautiful contrast we can draw between these two amazingly performed teams, but consistency is going to be key, and coming through into today's matches, we need to see that repeat.
I mean, looking at the leaderboard, it is quite scary because, I mean, you just pointed out NASR holding on to 7th place. That means they are only 5 points away from catching up with the side of XENON. But I'm really looking forward to the performance that we could potentially be seeing come through, especially from the side of XENON. I mean, day 1, they came in, they played. Day 2, they upped the ante. They ended the day on 45 points. They've been able to secure themselves that 4th position on the overall rankings. But it's also such a beautiful story for them because, as we know, they missed out on the opportunity in the previous MEA Championship. And now you can see that they are here and they are trying everything that they can to ensure that they bring everything to the battlefield. They play the best possible games they can within the situation. And of course, well, I think it would be an absolutely amazing story if we could potentially see XENON make it all the way through over into the PMGC.
Absolutely. It definitely would be a story to be told, and it would prove all of their hard work has finally paid off. I mean, getting themselves to this point and, of course, then sticking to it and getting that slot. Now, let's take a look at today's schedule. Of course, we know we've been talking a lot about Erangel. Well, there's a very good reason. It's exactly 50% of the matches, 50% of the opportunities these teams have to get them that much closer to PMGC is being held on the map of Erangel.
And I mean, of course, it is the bread and butter of PUBG, so no surprise to see that being the case here. And again, right, as we've been talking about over the previous 2 days, teams that are feeling very, very confident when it comes to the map of Erangel, this is amazing for them because, as you said, it is half of the matches they play. So it provides a great platform for the teams to try and solidify those points, to keep on pushing, trying to bring in those improvements. But, of course, as we know, a few teams just really cracking it out quite a bit.
Absolutely. So, I mean, as we keep talking about Erangel, let's actually take a look at the map performance that what we've seen on Erangel. No surprise to see Brute here. And again, no surprise, just based on what we've talked about, to see XENON. When you take a look at our top 4 placing teams, we talk about Brute Force, Quest, RUKH, and XENON. RUKH, as you can see, hasn't had quite as much of a successful or dominating a performance as what we would see from Brute Force and XENON, but they are keeping there with the consistency. For teams like R8 Esports and Virtual Gaming, who currently find themselves in 13th and 5th place respectively, there is a lot more that we would expect from these teams. I mean, even just the idea that R8 is one of our top performing teams on Erangel, it's by such a large margin that it hasn't quite actually translated onto the overall standings. So back into today's matches, let's get those eliminations up, let's get those placements up, and let's see how quickly these up that overall leaderboard, because we even saw pretty much every single team on the second page bringing through a whole different performance.
I mean, we definitely have seen quite a bit of that, you know, being in the situation here. I just gotta say, I mean, we were looking at the overall rankings, we were looking at the Erangel performances that we just had there as well. And again, I am just so immensely impressed by XENON, because they are the only team within the top 5 for the map of Erangel that hold onto that spot, and they don't have a winner chicken dinner. They played a very similar approach throughout the PMPL, all the way up in towards the finals, where we did see a few more winner chicken dinners restart to trickle in their direction. But I think the big thing here is going to be looking at how the teams are going to be able to build on the momentum that they've been able to secure yesterday. Regardless of where they find themselves within those overall standings, it is going to be quite a bit of a day indeed. And of course, well, we'd love to hear what your vote would be, right? Who do you say is going to be the team to clutch it out here? Be sure to show some love. Give those votes in the chat. Write the word vote and then add the tag of your favorite team. So if it's Twisted Minds, you put the TWIS next to it. If it's Slime Machine, well, you know what to add. If it's GEEKAY, that's the easy one because, well, the letters are all there. So it is just the lovely GEEKAY itself. But be sure to show your support. Let us know in the chat who you are here to, you know, just boost up and have them perform like absolute legends, like absolute goats. And of course, well, we can't wait to see that.
Absolutely, and the teams could definitely use whatever energy you have possible. Whatever you can give them, you are going to need to give them everything moving into today's matches. We spoke about day number 1 being that's, you know, just getting to know your opponent's day, just to sort of getting an idea of the landscape. Day 2, we saw a resurgence in every single team. Like we said, every single match had a different winner chicken dinner. We had nearly every single team step up in their own special way to showcase their talents and to hopefully climb that overall leaderboard. Some had a much more significant jump than the rest. Like we said, XENON, Quest, NASR, we had massive performances coming out of them. However, some need to push it a little bit more. I'm especially still going to be keeping my eye out on Twisted Minds and the World of Battle. We saw those glimpses of hope. We saw an incredible matchup from the World of Battle even. Nearly, I think they did manage to get themselves that winner chicken dinner, since our bottom 4 teams all have winner chicken dinners somehow, some way. So moving into today's match, let's continue that energy. Let's bring in that same level of dominance, because then you could easily make that top 4.
Yes, they definitely could. And of course, we'd love to hear your thoughts as well. So be sure to hit us up on social media. You can reach us on YouTube, Facebook, as well as the lovely TikTok itself. Be sure to include the hashtag, right? Hashtag PMPL MEA Champ. And, well, it just makes it that much easier to find these posts and to see what your thoughts are with regards to the teams. I mean, are you as impressed with the performances that we are seeing out on the battlefield? Or would you like to see another team potentially step up and bring in a little bit of that spice? Speaking about spice, though, I think there's one team that I'm also going to be looking towards today to see what their approach will be. And it's going to be GEEKAY, right? I want to see what GEEKAY's response will be to the pressure already being applied to them. Sitting all the way down on 57 points. Again, not the most ideal position to be holding, all the way in 11th. But a 7-slot jump, it is going to take quite a bit of work. But as we know, they are a very, very capable team. They could look to maybe charge in that direction here today. But in the meanwhile, of course, we are going to continue on with it as well.
As we take a look at the wonderful team stats that we saw from GK coming through yesterday, at one point we just had Gay take almost every single MVP possible slot on a single map, and that was an incredible performance coming through from GK to showcase how exactly they could make this happen. Yes, they are sitting in 11th place. Yes, I mean it is quite a bit of a jump that they'd have to make to get themselves into the top 4 standings. So anything's possible at this point. We've seen every single team almost just emphatically making sure they are going to showcase that they can do what it takes to get to the top. I do say that I have to be very, very specific in that GK Esports have a interesting strategy that I like to bring in terms of the rotations that they've been taking recently. Yesterday, I feel like it worked a lot better for them based on our initial zone placements. We obviously had a lot of inland rotations, so it didn't quite falter as what we saw on day number 1. If we move back into such a sporadic rotation, I'm really going to be looking to see what their answers are now going to be to those sort of rotations. If they found their groove, if they found, what sort of pathing really does work for them, as opposed to what we saw on day number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, already looking at the performance they brought through on our last Erangel yesterday, that was, of course, the match in which we saw them just blowing up, right? Coming through with 12 eliminations. Unfortunately, not getting the winner chicken dinner, but they came so exceptionally close to that. We want to see more of that GK performance being pretty evident here today, right? We want to see GK showing us everything that they have and how they will be able to utilize those skills and just surprise us with absolute magic. But of course, as we know, we are slowly getting closer and closer to the start of our first match here today. I think moving into day number 3 is we are going to be looking at a pretty contentious performance. The teams, I think, right, all the VOD reviewing that they've been doing from day 1, day 2, we are going to be seeing more of that now come to bear as the teams will continue to apply themselves, continue to push, and just show up as aggressively as they can. And I mean, they need to do it, right? If they want to try and catch up to Brute Force, ooh, they will definitely have to try and bring everything they can. But yes, Erangel is going to be just around the corner. So while we have a few moments left, be sure to let us know in the chat, who do you think is going to be the team to clutch up here? Do you think it is going to be GK looking to capitalize on the momentum that they brought through in game number 5? Or could we see NASR potentially bringing in a little bit of a resurgence here? Again, both teams definitely going to be looking to play the best possible matches they can. And we also still waiting for FALCONS White, right? We want to see that insane play. We want to see them light up the lobby like we know they can. But it's all going to come down to when, right? At what point will we see these teams really step up and start to flourish? Be sure to cast your votes, include the word vote, and then add in the tag here. So if you're rooting for Brute Force, add in the BF next to that. If it's going to be Clear Vision, exactly. Quite easy, right? So save the word vote and then add the clear section next to that. So there's a lot of expectations coming through here. A lot of opportunities could be had. Do you think we are going to be looking at one team potentially today getting themselves more than one winner chicken dinner?
I mean, a loaded question that you're giving me right off the bat, so thank you very much for that. Again, the only 2 teams that we've actually seen manage to do that so far has been Brute Force and RUKH Esports. Now, RUKH Esports did it in a very different manner, grabbing that first Erangel on the first day, and then the last Miramar of yesterday, picking up a very different performance than what we've seen Brute Force. They've been getting there from consistency. In terms of, I would say, explosive power, I'm very curious to see what NIGMA Galaxy are going to be doing, in all honesty. Again, another team that strikes me as someone who was incredibly confident, especially over towards Miramar. I mean, that AMR shot is still ringing in my head from Lord, so I don't think I'll ever forget that. That might be why I'm saying what I'm saying. But the confidence they had yesterday in terms of taking on the teams, the way that they were rotating, the way that they were positioning themselves, if they could just bring that energy back, then yeah, I definitely think they could get another winner chicken dinner. Whether or not they get it back-to-back is completely up to them and the surrounding teams, but it's definitely a possibility.
Also, there's going to be quite a bit to look forward to, as we know, right? Teams, they possess the capability, they possess the prowess to just erupt out on the battlefield. And again, right, so today, I think we are going to be hoping to maybe not see as much water. Yesterday, as we neared the end of the day, we of course did see those zones doing a thing or two. of course, the entirety of day one essentially kind of filled with water. So I'm curious to have those maps be revealed, right? I want to see the teams really focus a little bit more towards the center side. Unfortunately, all we can do is wish and hope. It is all down to the RNG gods to decide where exactly those zones are going to be revealed. But that's what I want to see, right? And I think the reason for that is the moment we see the zones going a little bit more centered, it presents the teams with the opportunity to really show their strategies, right? To not have to be all too concerned about what the zone is going to be doing and focusing down into the action. Speaking about focusing down into the action, right? Let's hop right to it as we make our approach up into the lovely, lovely Erangel. And Ez, do you have your seatbelt on?
I do. I think I'm just gonna refasten it because I'm a little bit concerned as to how these zones are gonna be going through today. Yeah, absolutely. I just hope we want to avoid as much water as we can because it's been rough for these teams, DK. It has been extremely rough. So if we could just give them an opportunity to play their game, I think we would all be very happy.
Well, let's see. A very centered up flight path. That is what the teams are going to love. That makes me hopeful because that could definitely mean that we could have a potential centered up zone be revealed just around the bend. But it's all going to be down to what has been decided. It does also seem like the teams are respecting the spaces here. I like these break-offs. We don't necessarily see any potential hard drops coming through. I mean, NIGMA Galaxy, a little bit of a wide spread, but I don't think it is going to be anything of major concern just yet. But now it's all down to what the zone will bring. If it goes north, ooh, it goes south. And it is
What?
right smack on that southern edge. I mean, this is what we saw in match number 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Literally copy paste. We're back into day number 1. We're back into just water territory. Okay, look, let's break this down. just out of what teams really should be feeling, maybe a little bit of PTSD. But Falcons White over towards that Primorsk area, they're bread and butter. They've been there so many times, and again, haven't really been challenged at any point. Looking at the likes of Virtual Gaming and Twisted Minds, also two teams who are completely familiar with the military base island, especially in this landscape specifically. So they shouldn't really have any concerns, but all of these teams towards the northeast, rotate time.
Yep. It is going to be rotate time indeed. And as we know, there is currently a little bit of space for these teams to try and fill on through. And a big portion of that space is filled by water. So we are going to be seeing quite a bit of a contentious play coming in across the board. RTG and Virtual Gaming Squad going to be looking to take possession of this position close towards center zone. And I think for Virtual Gaming Squad, this could be a very interesting play. I mean, whoever controls this bridge moving into the zone, there could be quite an immense amount of power held within their position.
I would be very curious to see how they would be able to leverage that. And look, a lot of it does come down to the timing that we're going to be expecting. We waited for so long when we had this zone previously in terms of what was happening over towards that western bridge specifically. NIGMA Galaxy obviously being one of those teams that were lying in wait and just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And at the last possible second that they were like, okay, no one is coming, we can move on, bam. We suddenly have the rise of GEEKAY Esports, and we know how that one ended up. But into this one, I mean, it's so badly a copy paste of that Erangel match that the teams have more info than they ever would normally have as to how the other teams might be playing this. So we can already see a lot earlier rotations, I mean, in forms of Falcons White, as we can see already taking that rotation. Very curious to see where they might end up as well, DK, because we know RTG holding that western side of the military base might prove to be a problem.
It might be. So it's all going to come down to, of course, as to how these teams are going to be looking to rotate in. I mean, the western side, I do think that the sooner you get yourself situated there, the more opportunity you have to defend that. But it is going to be quite a bit of a tall order, as we know the rest of the lobby are yet to make those decisive rotations, right? Those pushes forward into the zone. Speaking about pushes, it is going to be the Falcons coming through with a bit of a rotation as they look to sneak towards that southern edge. But we do see Groza and Rio already positioned here, so I think that is a great read coming through from RTG.
All right, no, I do enjoy that one. A little bit of a rotation here. And a much better position than what we've seen RTG previously. Again, very curious to see what they can bring forth into this matchup. We know for a fact that they have been doing so fantastically over towards Erangel. So if this is the day that we see that rise of RTG, oof, we have a story on our hands. But of course, the Star, another team that I would love to understand and love to see what they're going to bring to the table. Yesterday was just enough of a shining light to get me absolutely committed to their story, but also a little bit confused as to why we haven't seen it sooner. They had textbook plays yesterday.
They did, and I mean, we want to see that follow all the way through, right? Ooh, a nice little bit of a spray coming through here from Clear Vision and NASR, but yes, right back to the textbooks. Right, we want to see the textbooks coming through. We want to see the teams just push it as far as they possibly can. I mean, like Clear Vision, they showed a lot of promise. Right, sorry, I was just trying to find the right words. Coming through for the based on how they were playing within their respective PMPL. I mean, Clear Vision, right? They were such a contentious team, and now we move into this into the MEA Championship, right? This is where we have the opportunity to see them now really look to flourish. So I'm hoping for a team like Clear Vision, for instance, that they find that rhythm, right? They find that approach, that everything goes click, and we can see them just potentially look to light up this lobby.
Absolutely. So the zone, I mean the teams, we have a combination. We have so many beautiful ingredients that are again being poised to bring forward a very spicy dish on this first Erangel of the day. Again, another few questions we have to start posing and start wondering is exactly how Brute Force is going to be handling this rotation as well. Heading through all the way from Yasnai Poliana, a much later rotation we should be seeing for them, as well as RUKH, of course. I mean, they're all the way over towards Saverne, currently in the blue zone, as we can see, over towards that right-hand side. So a very few dangerous positions we might see for teams like Brute Force and RUKH. I mean, still the likes of GEEKAY, the World Battle, and of course XENON, who also have to join these teams within the zone. So plenty of teams, not that much space, unfortunately. Still plenty of opportunities towards Pachinki. I mean, Quarry's been opened up. Pretty much all of the positions on the mainland now are being abandoned for the focus over towards that military base island. We can even see what looks like the likes of Clear Vision and Quest making a bit of a dash there for the Western Bridge. So I wonder if they might be clashing earlier on.
That could be a potential outcome here, but it's all going to come down to how Quest and Clear Vision look to get themselves positioned and whether or not they are going to decide to get right down to business. But another potential challenge I see on the approach is going to be XENON as well as GEEKAY, right? Well, you could potentially say all the teams situated to the north, but I think the immediate potential threats could be XENON or GEEKAY just encroaching on this region. And that with it could bring quite a bit of pressure. So if Quest, Clear Vision are deciding to say there is, I'm not quite sure how the other teams are really going to feel about that.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a question mark. I mean, especially just looking at the sheer time that we might have here. Look, the zone rotation could completely change it up, right? We're looking and we're pandering towards a rotation towards the military base island just purely because of that split. But there we go. Thank you for my answer. I was going to say, if it doesn't go, it's a whole different story. But moving to the military base island, Clear Vision now the first team to grab that western bridge line. So Quest will have to compete for that position if they do want to make use of it. And I mean, speaking about making use of a wonderful positions, we've got our Sly machine, the silent assassins, as we like to call them, up against the likes of Virtual Gaming, one of our leaders over towards Erangel. So great opportunity here to start getting some momentum.
Yeah, and this is going to be of the utmost importance for Sly if they want to capitalize on the opportunity and potentially even bounce back. But you could even say the same about Virtual Gaming Squad. They are so close to catch up and maybe make a push for that top 4. Meanwhile, things are not looking all too great over on towards that far eastern side. As you can see, Twisted Minds, NASR, and a potential addition of Vision just creeping up on them as well. But XENON's now trying to find a bit of a spray up onto AZ. A nice, beautiful hit coming through then from Starch. The teamwork making the dream work as NASR deal their deeds all the way through this bridge.
Well, let's take a look at this one. I mean, this is a very similar situation than what we saw with NIGMA Galaxy and GEEKAY. However, this time there is much more escapability. NASR already an opportunity for them to rotate across that coastal line. Twisted Minds, same situation. They've picked up that elimination. They've done what they needed to do. Now they can back off. So ultimately, a 1-for-1 trade would be a very, very safe way and a very relaxed way of getting out of an altercation like that. So, I mean, kudos to both of these teams for being able to still disengage at that point. I mean, it really does bode well for both of them. One player loss with the trade in terms of an elimination, not too bad. It could have gone so much worse. So thankfully for that. Do still have to question, though, how Vision will now rotate, because they have just been relaxing in the blue zone, waiting for this altercation to finish.
And I think rightly so. They don't necessarily want to put themselves at danger, you know, running the threat of losing a player along the way. But speaking about threats, look at what we have up towards the north of zone. It's going to be XENON, the World of Battle, and NIGMA Galaxy now prepping for a little bit of a showdown. They are going to be contesting for that last little piece of dry land, at least on the northern side of zone. Marshall coming through with a beautiful bolty hit. And could we see even more of that comes through now? Marshall also one of those extremely capable players. But the zone just bringing so much challenge alongside with it here. Now the World of Battle trying to get themselves matched up. I mean, all three teams that we see getting caught up in this fight, everyone wants to try and survive as best they possibly can, but the blue zone is not going to be all too kind to them, as we will continue to take a look to see where our next zone shift is going to be taking us. And of course, it is going to be centering up really close to that military base itself.
That is so rough. Okay, so look, it is a very close twin than what we saw in that first couple of days of matches, but this is a completely crazy switch up. And now the World of Battle, oh lord, this is that confidence I was talking about. Great spray down over towards the World of Battle, at least managing to pick up another. So already NIGMA Galaxy down with 2 eliminations. Ooh, a second might be around the corner here as Hazem steps up, and weren't quite expecting that angle from Lord. I mean, why would you go back to the same angle? But hey, fantastic work here from Lord. Just hope they'll be able to get themselves out of the situation relatively unscathed, as we can see XENON and the rest of the World Battle still up ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, that Kar 98, not exactly the AMR like we saw yesterday, and this also is not exactly Miramar, but either which way, it's close enough. It is close enough. So NIGMA Galaxy now really going to be put on quite a bit of a defensive play, as we do see RUKH now trying to catch up with the zone itself. And this is where the pressure comes through yet again, because somehow these teams will need to find a way to get themselves not only out of the blue zone, but also successfully and safely rotated up into the next zone. And this is, of course, going to result in quite a bit of potential fighting yet to come through. As you can see, XENON also now starting to break off. The World of Battle still hanging in there as well. And this is a 3-way fight for everyone's share of a little bit of the blue juice.
Oh, everyone gets a bit of a sip of the blue juice. I wonder what flavor it is. Maybe blueberry? Something around that lines. We're not sure. Either way, I don't think they are really going to enjoy the taste for much longer. We can see that actually closing up a lot sooner than they would like, considering they're sitting on this side. They will still have a little bit more time with that zone, taking a bit of a slower approach from this corner. However, time is of the essence, and the longer they waste here, the longer they waste the HP bars, the potential resources, and let alone, let's not forget, they still have to swim across to the military base island. So for me, right now, a disengagement would be the focus. However, none of these teams are going to be making it that easy.
Yeah, well, we're not expecting anything to be easy at this point. And I mean, this engagement is not the only one that has been extended out in the blue. We do, however, need to say goodbye to the players from World of Battle. They do pack their bags with 2 eliminations to their name, but now they got to find a way to get themselves back up into the lobby. By them, I of course refer to the players here from NIGMA Galaxy and XENON. As you can see, things looking pretty grim. They are quite some distance away from zone. Clear Vision also finding a bit of an approach to get themselves situated much, much closer. But now with RUKH Esports rotating up behind them, the pressure is going to be on. But we don't see anyone looking to gatekeep the edge rather of that western zone, as the next phase does take us even further on towards the eastern side. Now, as I think for Brute Force, they're going to be happy because they don't have to travel that much further to get themselves into the next position.
Not much further indeed. So nice little bit of a rotation opportunity there for them. Oh, back up here with Clear Vision and RUKH. I mean, this western bridge, it was about to go down. So let's take a look at it. RUKH, unfortunately, relegated down to only Eugene. And I mean, looking at the meds that they have available, time is of the absolute essence. I'm not even sure if they'll be able to get through. Maybe with a bit of looting along the way, they can make it happen. But RUKH and Clear Vision, unfortunately, will be leaving that battle heavily, heavily scarred. And as we take a little bit of a re-look at what exactly went down, we can understand why so much damage was dealt, because there were shotguns in hand.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Well, I mean, shotties, we see them being utilized quite a bit. And speaking about utilization, right, it is going to be FALCONS now looking to just lock down onto this radar station, as they've got quite a few teams looking to contest. Of course, Brute Force pushing up the ridge, trying to find a bit of an opportunity. We do say goodbye to RUKH Esports as they get sent away with 3 eliminations up. But for Brute Force, this is not necessarily the easiest position to hold. We still have Vision approaching from that northern side. As you can see, Brute Force rather exposed. I think FALCONS, this is a beautiful setup for them to try and contest from.
Ooh, let's take a look at this. GEEKAY also moving on in. RH is going to be keeping the spacing, keeping as much safety between themselves and another engagement before they get those knocks, of course, rezzed up and get themselves ready for the next. Now, looking at this, GEEKAY Esports still just getting a little bit more information. Looks like they will be opting as well just to give space, disengage away from R8, potentially moving closer and closer to that zone. Just wondering about where they're going to be entering, though, taking a western approach. I mean, right ahead of them, we've obviously got the likes of Virtual Gaming, RTG, and then towards the south, we've got our silent assassins in the form of a slime machine. So it will be a bit of a difficult rotation, but potentially they can just squeeze on in there towards the southern portion of the military base.
I mean, it's going to be a tight squeeze, right? It is going to be a relatively tight squeeze. I mean, sure, there are a lot of compounds, but we also have a lot of teams in the vicinity, so it's not going to be an easy way to play on through. And, of course, we still have 13 teams surviving, so the pressure is going to continuously keep on building as we are about to hit our 5th phase. And this is where the blue zone is going to start to tighten that grip up as well. Not a lot of hope remains here. But now FALCONS going to be feeling a little bit of that heat, as well as RUKH looks to step it up. It's going to be Axo who gets found. A quick trade as NIGMA continue to just encroach, right? Pushing forward, coming in from that southern side, but also now engaging that stealth mode, right? Keeping it nice and quiet. And I think that could be a beautiful strat now coming through for the side of NIGMA. In the meanwhile, we do see quite a bit of pressure being applied onto Clear Vision down towards that southern edge. GEEKAY, Virtual Gaming Swan, still holding it nice and steady. But Twisted Minds is, I like the fact that they've been able to get themselves much closer to center zone, especially looking at the elevation they have to work with.
Absolutely. And again, just to add on to that NIGMA Galaxy points, I mean, just looking at Lord still on the main island, it is looking a little bit tough for NIGMA Galaxy, so it's understandably a good reason why they're going to be playing it a little bit quieter until they get regrouped. Looking at this, though, GEEKAY and Virtual Gaming back at it once again. A beautiful nade to try and open things up, but the damage is just not quite there.
Well, here we go. The push coming through. Fada is now trying to pop a few nades across. You can see Santa already very low on that HP bar, but manages to escape and just narrowly healing themselves up. But this is going to be a very sticky play, as we do see Gaith instead getting dropped on down. Fada is trying to do everything they can, trying to lock in the jump shots. And 2 players down, 3 players down. GEEKAY down to 1. Ragnar, oh, trying to contest, gets a double spray down. And now it is Ragnar versus Amjid. to have the decisive play, to see who is going to make it out, and well, there's our answer. It is going to be KRA reaching into GEEKAY, stopping any potential advances coming through from them. And of course, well, we swiftly jump over onto Vision, and NASR now contesting for possession of the northern side of zone.
Very interesting position that we do find the likes of Vision. Again, they had such a late rotation towards that eastern bridge. I'm very surprised that they made it to this point, still with their full squad up. But of course, now facing off against the likes of NASR, they will unfortunately have to rotate off with what looks like just 2 players still up and at him. And unfortunately, they are not quite grouped up just yet. Safe still out in the danger zone, waiting to see hopefully if they will be able to get out of it. Meanwhile, Falcons, late rotation into that eastern side, now pincered here between Brute Force and NIGMA Galaxy.
Let's see, this is not the kind of sandwich that one would look to get moving through up into the first match of the day. But Freeport now having quite a bit of pressure riding on their shoulders. Brute Force yet to find eliminations. Now, oh, they will be dealt very slim pickings as we do say goodbye. Virtual Gaming Squad also going to be following suit as they make their way back up into the lobby. 2 teams now getting a very unfortunate finish, at least though for Virtual Gaming Squad. They do have 3 eliminations to accompany them back into that lobby. But here we go down to the final 9 teams. And as, I mean, Falcons still going to be holding onto this radar station.
Absolutely. I mean, an opportunity in terms of compounds, one of the very few that we still have left. But I mean, something is better than nothing at this point, especially with those rotations coming through. NASR looking to potentially take it away from them. Falcons still holding on strong for the time being. Meanwhile, the Silent Assassins have found themselves the likes of Quest Esports. A couple of nades exchanged. And again, it's a 2-1 split that we're seeing currently from Sly. Whereas, I mean, the entirety of Quest is up against both Attack and, of course, the likes of 310. So they need to be very careful, yeah.
Yeah, so 13 going to be having to keep nice and cool, calm, collected with this nade. Getting very, very close there to the side of Al-Hajj. But look at the confidence, though, coming through from Quest. I mean, Al-Hajj, even though the nade was sent in their direction, we didn't even see a single flinch coming through from their side. Instead, Al-Hajj lets it loose. Quick rebound off of the wall. But it is going to be a smoke getting deployed. So that does put Attacker in a little bit less advantageous position, but it opens up the opportunity now, potentially for Al-Hajj to come through with a bit of a rush. Now, Groups trying to defend as the Falcons start to move on through. NIGMA Galaxy potentially down to 1. At least, though, look at that run. 7 eliminations in total. Lord doing an absolutely phenomenal job. But it's all going to come down to whether or not Coops can carry them forward. Can they secure the play and alleviate a little of that pressure now starting to build?
It's going to be a very, very tough challenge here. Coops now unfortunately isolated. Falcons White with an idea of their position will be closing on up, trying to send a couple of utilities, trying to open up that opportunity. One more molly left on the likes of Teak, and Coops just waiting for an opportunity to bounce back. And they're going to have to at this rate, especially with that zone closing off sooner rather than later. Looking at this now, a bit of a rotation towards that southern side. We'll see them going up against the entirety of Quest and, of course, Sly Machine.
Well, tough odds, though. Very, very tough odds. I'm quite surprised that we don't necessarily have any teams trying to get themselves perched up in towards center zone. Instead, we do have a lot of that edge fighting now coming through. Vision really leaning in onto the side of Falcons White as they bid their farewells, and off they go. Down to the final 7, and we are NASR. Definitely starting to find some really good pacing here, as we can see already. 4 eliminations up. They are left with 3 players. But a beautiful spray now heading in the direction of R8 as they do secure Elam number 5. Tapok coming through there from Vision as well. Trying that last-ditch play, that last-ditch effort to secure a little bit of chaos, at least for their team. But now R8 feeling so much of the heat is that I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to survive.
This zone is terrible. Oh, great spray down at the very least to find Xenox. And Xenox was one of the heavy hitters yesterday, especially for the likes of NASR. So maybe that is just enough to get them over the line. But it is still going to be a 1v2 scenario. We already see those nades flying through, trying to get those connections. Woo! It is so, so close. Any single connection could mean either the end for R8 or the beginning of a clutch.
It definitely could. But let's see now, Kra now just dropping down, trying to utilize the living heck out of that vehicle. As you can see, NASR trying to spread it out, and they do succeed. A Starch lands the finishing blow, but now it is going to be Quest feeling all the heat as Tapok, with a very low HP bar, manages to land quite a bit of damage over onto the side of them. As you can see, the contention still going to be holding true over on towards that western side of the zone. And again, this would be a great opportunity for any of our remaining teams to try and get themselves situated up on the high ground, right? Twisted, this is their chance. Maybe sneak around, coming through from that northwestern side, getting themselves perched on high, and that will give them such a vantage point to play off of.
Well, let's take a look at this. If they could get themselves into that vantage, and hopefully the zone play is nice, then definitely there is a potential win condition for them. But Quest Esports holding on still nice and strong. The rest of the teams now, of course, having to make them move into safety. In curious position here for Twisted Minds. I mean, just look at them surrounded by care package, firstly. And secondly, in terms of the rotation they can take into zone, the only real concern would have been Kalaga, which right now is not looking too healthy. So if they can just find that one hit, that one opening, they could have a much easier approach into this next phase.
And of course, this back and forth engagement coming through between Quest and RTG opens up the opportunity for Twisted now to try and capitalize. I mean, Kalaga is kind of distracted at this point, but this also opens up the opportunity for NASR to even push more from that northern side. As we can see them now taking a nice steady angle. They do find the play up on towards Dami, and this is going to cause quite a bit of damage as Crypto is now the last hope, the Lone Ranger, the last survivor to make a play for Twisted Minds. Already Twisted with 3 eliminations up, so a very acceptable play here. But we know Crypto can definitely look to push it all the way, right? Try to secure even more eliminations. And now with the addition of Kalaga getting dropped, this is that opening that Crypto needs.
Alright, let's take a look at this. RTG, a surprise coming through from Twisted Minds. Great pickup there with the 3rd elimination, but it is still going to be a solo run for victory. Reaver almost immediately confirmed out there by it's Fahidan. And now we have a further question in mind. NASR right up ahead of the likes of Crypto. Information on their location, and of course they're going to be looking to get them confirmed on out.
This could be the play, as we can see Spec now just right alongside Crypto. NASR, Quest. I think if the moment they start fighting, that is going to be the opportunity. But unfortunately, well, Crypto has been ended. So now this is Tapok getting pressured on the edge. They don't have many options remaining. The moment they move, RUKH is just going to lock in on target. And that could be the end of vision. But NASR still in a position to play quite a bit of an upset here. Maybe trying to get a bit of an upper hand down onto the side of Quest. So, I mean, I feel for Tapok. This is such a tough position, and Tapok is also not secured within the zone.
Very difficult situation here. 3 teams remaining. And for Vision, all that they are thinking about right now is how they can play their cards, how they can turn this into a win. Quest Esports on the other side, they have different plans. Position already known. You can see that damage now trying to just tick on in the zone right behind them with 56 seconds left. Not much time available here for Vision Esports to turn this into something winnable. Fahidan, easy. They have this position locked on down. And for them, it makes complete sense. They want to get rid of any rats in the grass before they start to push their focus over towards NASR.
Well, the pressure is definitely going to be on.
Okay.
Yeah, Sabok taking the knee. Down they go. Down to the final 2 teams. It is going to be a 3v2 to fight for our very first Widow Chicken Dinner right here on day number 3. NASR doing an absolutely phenomenal job, sitting with a very comfortable and respectable 9 eliminations. As you can see, Quest, well, they've only been able to secure themselves 4 so far. So I think NASR, they have a very strong opportunity here. But all it's going to take now is them to divide and conquer. And this is potentially the start of exactly that. You got to watch out for RUKH though, because Starch taking off a little bit of a bigger bite than they thought it was. Now, Fahidan, looking to just rush on forward. Spake Starch, very quick with the reaction, managing to patch up those HP bars, but now it's going to be go time, right? A 2v2, and NASR, they still have such a winning opportunity here.
Such a winning opportunity indeed. Oh, timing is going to find Fahidan, and now it's all down to Al-Hajj to keep them at bay before they make this rotation in. Spec desperately trying to find this last few hits because they know they are outnumbered in terms of the time. Look at how close this is going to come through.
Well, here we go. It is going to be Spec now. Come on.
Ooh.
Spec could still clutch this one out. Who would have thought that we would see it come down to this, right? It is a 1v1 showdown. Al-Hajj and Spec, both players on opposite ends. One on the high ground, one on the low ground, but no one is going to be looking to give it up just yet. Of course, the blue zone is going to be applying all the pressure it needs to help wrap up this match. You see slower encroachment coming through here. Al-Hajj very close to the edge there. So they have very limited options. I mean, Spec, this could be the opportunity, but it's all going to come down to timing and those reaction speeds. But how much will Al-Hajj allow, right? Will we see Spec get that play? Al-Hajj, you can see them just checking the blue. It's like, oh no, we gotta move, Come on, Spec, just a few more hits to go. As Al-Hajj quickly tries to get themselves repositioned, trying to put themselves on even footing now, but this is the opportunity. Gotta time those hits, and there we have it. Spec secures the play, and that is NASR getting the very first winner chicken dinner of the day.
A lovely little bit of a game of duck and dive happening there towards the end, but the timing just right for NASR Esports to pick up a wondrous winner chicken dinner with a ridiculous, and I will say this, ridiculous amount of eliminations. We saw the rise of NASR yesterday, and again, I'm very happy to say it. As we jumped into the Erangel, we wanted to see more from them. We wanted to see if they can once again bring back a textbook perfect play. Now, this one is a little bit more chaotic, understandably, because of those rotations, but a fantastic showing from them.
It was hot, it was sweaty and slightly uncomfortable, but NASR managing to keep a cool head, and well, as we saw, Spec just pushed it all the way to the very end. Let's take a quick look at our, top damage dealers. NASR, no surprise, right? 12 eliminations with 2100 damage dealt. Very impressive.
Absolutely. I mean, just looking at the sheer number of damage they were able to do just before even getting into that final engagement, you can definitely see they were hunting, looking for any opportunities whatsoever. And I mean, unfortunately, Quest are doing a very similar thing. 1.4 thousand damage and only being able to convert 5 eliminations out of that. They had a much more difficult time, but at least we can see these teams, they are hunting for those opportunities and they are hungry for some points.
Yeah, I mean, NASR yesterday got the boost they needed. We did see them climb up quite high with regards to just the day's performance. So, a phenomenal start, but now comes the question, right? Is this but a taste of what we are yet to expect to see come through from the side of NASR? Or will we have another team come through with a bit of a surprise? Of course, we did see NASR secure themselves a winner chicken dinner yesterday. They do it right here in the first match of the day. So much that is yet to come on through. And of course, well, let's take a look at the match rankings to see exactly what these teams did. NASR, 22-point finish.
Whew, I mean, what a statement to make, just moving on into this matchup. Again, it's difficult for me to put into words how incredible this has been for NASR, considering what a wild rotation we had to look at. I mean, we had to jump straight into the military base as soon as humanly possible. We had all of that action happened on the bridge, and then still moving into those final moments. The terrain was horrible. They were still looking at a 2v3 scenario, turning this into a beautiful win. I mean, just perfection. Unfortunately, interestingly enough, actually, Brute Force and XENON being our two teams that had the toughest time on Erangel, after we literally only have stats to say that they should have had the best time.
It is what it is, right? It is what it is. I mean, you can't win all of them. You can definitely try. But unfortunately, you cannot win all the matches that you want. Very unfortunate finish, though, for XENON and Brute Force to come through. Of course, well, as we know, we still have 5 additional matches for the teams to try and make up for that. But again, right, based on the pacing, that we are seeing come through just in this first match, I think today is going to be an exceptionally tough day.
Absolutely. I mean, if we're starting off with just the sheer ferocity that we saw in this first Erangel and the wild zones, I don't know who paid off the gods, the zone gods, but they definitely are on something else today. But let's take a look at those wonderful highlights, and especially in towards this final moments, we have to keep our focus on the sheer troubles NASR had to get them to this point. Again, the reminder of this zone. Look at where NASR started, all the way from that eastern bridge with that contention up against Twisted Minds. Of course, Vision with that rotation into the zone as well. It was not at all an easy game for them, and yet they still turned it into an absolutely almost record-breaking match for them.
Yeah, I mean, and it's all down to how just insane all these rotations and pushes were to come through. I mean, looking at what the zone did, even NIGMA Galaxy had quite a bit of a tough run to get themselves, secured moving forward into a safe position. But the contention is live. The teams, seems like they just love to utilize all the edge positions they can possibly find.
Absolutely. No one really wants to jump into the center because of the terrain specifically. And again, just the sheer stack of teams we had. It was a very, very, very difficult opportunity for them. But we have to give it up once again. NASR, just textbook perfection. They absolutely deserve that win. And it really starts to pose a little bit of a question as to what that overall rankings is going to look like today if we are seeing teams like NASR taking down the likes of Brute Force and FALCONS.
Well, I mean, all will be revealed, right, as we progress through our remaining matches of the day. So on that one, well, we are going to be taking a very quick break, and we'll be returning with match number 2. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back in a very short few moments.
It's time to upgrade your PUBG mobile outfits. Join free daily cups for solo, duo or squads. Win Face It points. Exchange for PUBG Mobile UC. Customize your accounts. Join Face It today and earn rewards. Try for free at faceit.com/PUBG Mobile.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. We're getting ready to move into match number next. Of course, well, it's Miramar, so we are going to be hopping into a little bit of the desert to see exactly what the teams are going to be bringing through. A very, very exciting start to the day. NASR coming through with a beautiful winner chicken dinner. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. And of course, well, looking at their team stats, no surprise to see that be the result.
Absolutely, and we did see, unfortunately, Xenox going down a lot sooner than what obviously they would have liked. But I mean, for Starch to once again just step up to the plate, bringing home those eliminations, and I mean, especially into those final moments where we saw Spec absolutely just gunning it down. Every single member of this team needs to be proud of their previous performance, and hopefully they are carrying through that momentum, absolutely just celebrating this next matchup, and again just keeping it going, because this is the main strat that we need these teams to employ. As much as it is so difficult to say, you have to be consistent. And again, it's so much easier to say, oh, just be consistent, you know, just go 20 bomb every single match, easy. So easy, let's be honest. But the competition has really been constantly changing, and that's what makes it so incredibly interesting. We've already seen teams, especially into that matchup, I mean, we had a copy-paste Erangel, and yet we still saw teams completely change up their playstyle, completely fix any possible mistake.
And I mean, that is just, you know, what these teams are capable of, right? Being able to navigate all the challenges that we see erupting out on the battlefield. But speaking about challenges and navigation, we are going to be hopping straight onto the plane to see what map number next is going to be bringing us as we do venture into the luscious desert. Those are words that don't necessarily go together, but we'll go with it, because we do see the flight path starting over in El Azhar, heading all the way across La Dreyera, all the way to that far western side. Now, specifically looking at NIGMA Galaxy and the FALCONS, I think they are going to be quite satisfied with this current trajectory coming through from the plane.
Absolutely. So it's interesting to note, if we've had a repeat of Erangel, I worry that we'll have a potential repeat of Miramar. At least those final shifts did provide a very different outlook. But potentially over towards that western side, we could be seeing a lot of chaos. I'm not too sure if we should really be concerned in terms of the teams that we saw struggling a little bit, like with the Brute Force and, of course, XENON moving into that last Erangel matchup, because Miramar is really where they tend to shine. I mean, Miramar matches, especially for the likes of Quest or RTG or NIGMA, have been so incredible. For Twisted Minds, they have just been the sneakiest. And once again, DK, I don't know how this is happening, but we have a repeat of day one, match 2.
Maybe we were caught in a bit of a loop, right?
Are we? Is it Thursday?
Sure. I think it's Thursday. Why are you saying Thursday? Don't you mean Wednesday? Either which way, I guess it works, because remember it's day 3 today, right?
I'm really in the loop of it, man. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
it's only day 2. What do you mean?
You've been caught up, right? Someone cleared your cache history, and well, this is what we've got, right? As you said, a bit of a repeat. But I mean, looking at teams like Slime Machine, Vision, NASR, they're not going to be at all disappointed with what this match has brought through for them. But I'm curious to see, actually, if we compare the, you know, day 1 match 2 to what we have currently happening right here, right? Back then, in day 1, Quest, they were the team to step up and claim themselves that winner chicken dinner, doing so with 11 eliminations. And Vision got themselves into 2nd place with 7. So already Vision, they are well situated within the zone. So I'm curious to see how they're going to look to play through this one. NIGMA Galaxy on the exact
Hello?
same match. There we go. I had a bit of lag. I had a bit of lag, right?
So
the
my
buffer
cache has
rate,
been cleared. You've got lag. This is going
Yeah.
great for us.
Yeah, the buffer rate not working out. So, yeah, NIGMA Galaxy, they got 11th with 5 eliminations. So, yeah, let's see whether or not it is going to look to improve potentially.
Well, you have to wait and see. I mean, the teams that we generally do look at, like we've mentioned, it was Quest, it was NIGMA, it was RUKH, it was a sneaky Twisted Minds that managed to pick up these cheeky winner chicken dinners. But in terms of the sheer aggression, we have to give it up to Quest Esports. And after that very, very close Erangel that they were just so narrowly missing, they'd have to bring in the pain into this one, surely. I mean, whether you're feeling angry, whether you're feeling motivated from getting into the top 2 placement in that previous matchup, hopefully this is the fire that needed to be lit under the bums here of Quest Esports, and they can bring it home. I'm not too sure how NASR could be feeling either, because they pulled rabbits out of hats day in, day out.
Yeah, I mean, getting a hat out of a rabbit, that is like next level, right? Rabbits out of hats. I mean, come on, we've seen that happen many times before, right? So I'm definitely gonna be looking for the hat part. But either which way, speaking about hats, let's get to the top of this thing as we do look at NASR trying to take quite a bit of a spread up in towards Los Leones. I think this is quite a bit of a bold move, but it's allowed, right? It's early stage. Not a lot of teams really situated within the vicinity, so NASR, I think they're playing a very smart game here, trying to spread themselves out to gather as much possible information as they can, at least for the time being.
For some of the teams, it might be that resurgence of the eastern coastlines. I mean, especially towards Puerto Pareso, all the way up towards that northern side of Impala. They might be looking for earlier locations based on all of the awkward fighting that we had just moving into those final reaches of the zone. Again, it's not confirmed that we will be heading towards that eastern line, but we've already had the likes of, as an example, Vision and Quest Esports head towards those coastal reaches to get a good handle on the terrain and to get themselves well situated. Understandably so, because they were just such awkward fights that we saw on that Miramar. So no one wants to have a repeat of that. I mean, over towards Los Leones, again, there's no time like the present just to loot, and that's all they really need to worry about. It's only really when we take a look at NIGMA Galaxy's current position that things could start to get interesting. Like we said, on Miramar, we've seen them do this before, where they have this confidence to gatekeep other teams, and now in the current position they are holding on that outskirts of the zone, they can have the likes of FALCONS, Virtual Gaming, maybe even the World of Battle with the Southern Rotation, be those victims to the gatekeeper.
Well, I mean, NASR, NIGMA rather, in a very familiar position to themselves, right? They've played that region time and time again, so I'm curious to see what they are going to be looking to do with that possession that they have of the region. In the meanwhile, it is going to be R8 and Twisted Minds fighting for the privilege to rotate forward up in towards the zone, but this is of the utmost importance now for Twisted to see if they can potentially secure themselves a few additional points. Already we do see Ragnar has been sent away. Oh, but the devastation are getting dealt as Prestige comes through with a little bit of that cheeky DBS hit. And now Crypto getting ready for the bounce, right? A 2v2, potentially 2v3. But is this one going to go the way they want it? It's now down to Prestige and Ida, but down goes Ida. This is looking very dangerous now for the side of R8.
Prestige looking to try and take a book out of Quest Esports' page, trying to get that easy clutch that we saw just yesterday. But unfortunately, it is not going to be easy by any means necessary. HP already down to only a sliver of what you need in a situation like this, still holding on to a 2-2. And as we take a look at it, AZ just trying to hold the door line. A nice little bit of an angle there. Not quite the connection. But, I mean, at this point, you are just playing for eliminations, trying to get a little bit of revenge for your teammates.
Ooh, look at that. Dammy is like, you know what, it's fine. Hold on to your DBS. I'll just rock up with my lovely UMP and drop you right on down, right? They don't need anything else. I mean, it's not often that we see SMGs trumping the lovely shotties, but it's always so satisfying when that is the situation and when that is the case. In the meanwhile, we do jump over to the side here of NASR, who are situated smack dab center zone, and they have quite a few visitors holding in the vicinity.
Quite a few indeed, understandably so, as these rotations now need to move on in. Everyone rushing to that center. A little bit of a stretch towards the eastern side still, as you can see. As you can imagine, they are traumatized from that one Miramar we had. They do not want to have a repeat. So, taking a look at this now, RUKH Esports coming through from that northern side. Brute Force also a little bit of a later rotation. Again, this is not something that we are unfamiliar with. This is just the playstyle that they enjoy. The real question is where that zone is going to center up. And as we take a look at it, ooh, a little bit of a wrench in the works. Once again, very similar starting zone, but we shift almost to the complete opposite side.
Yeah, almost all the way there. But this is, I think, actually looking quite interesting now for RUKH Esports because you remember back to the last Miramar from yesterday, they were able to secure themselves the winner chicken dinner with 15 eliminations, and they were again coming through with a northern rotation approaching that zone. So I'm curious to see what RUKH Esports are going to be looking to do right here, whether or not they are going to be able to find the success they are looking for, because I mean they have such an opportunity. Not a lot of teams are going to be looking to contest towards the northern side, right? Instead, we have a big concentration of teams holding towards that more southern edge, and the rotations are going to continue to push on through as NASR continue to build on the momentum they found coming off of match number 1. But they need to be careful because they can't get overconfident at this point.
Absolutely not. I mean, oof, anything can happen at this moment in time. Again, just purely based off all of these wild rotations we should be seeing in a moment's notice. We could definitely very quickly change the landscape. But let's try and break it down here at the moment. Sly Esports, of course, here towards that southern side. GEEKAY just taking a bit of a slower rotation, maybe wrapping even all the way to that eastern side. But for the time being, they're going to hunker on down because Sly Machine has moved on into the parking lot looking for a few eliminations.
Ooh, come on. What is the response going to be now from GEEKAY? They know, right? They can't have the silent assassins hit them up here. Ooh, but hope has been restored as they do find the sprays and the hits up into 13. Now comes the quick response. There's going to be CZ down. Down goes attacker GEEKAY holding on to the compound, and that is exactly the kind of play that they need to bring on through. But GEEKAY, they're going to have to work so much harder if they're going to be looking to bring that in, that resurgence to the foreground.
Absolutely. And again, this is a great start for GEEKAY. I mean, they've been gifted basically on a silver platter, almost, 2 eliminations that they can use to bolster themselves into the rest of this matchup. They've got a great position within zone. They have hard cover. They've just been awarded a nice little bit of extra loot. So hopefully this is the match. This is the win condition needed for GEEKAY to start building up the momentum. As for the likes of the rest of our teams, especially towards the outskirts, we still have the likes of NASR and NIGMA Galaxy. As you can see, FALCONS just moving outside of Los Leones, and Brute Force finally joining the party alongside RUKH, as we wait to see where this bend might take us. Again, some interesting positions within the zone. I mean, DK, for you, where are we feeling a shift? Just a quick guess. You've got 5 seconds.
Right there.
You too slow.
Right there. No. Like I just linked up with the you know the PUBG gods. I linked up. We had a quick discussion, and that is exactly where we decided to have the zone go. Not really, but sure. I mean, that is gonna be a good shift, though. I mean, Twisted XENON, they're gonna be quite happy about what they have been given here. But I think the team that is going to be smiling the most is going to be Virtual Gaming Squad, right? Phenomenal position coming over on towards that western side. It is open, it is quiet, they don't have anyone looking to bug them just yet. And I think this would allow them a phenomenal opportunity to get a great setup to build a bit of fortification around.
Ooh, it would be pretty interesting. I mean, just looking at the positioning with the teams rotating in, they're definitely going to have a lot of access to rotations. Maybe a few, potential rotation eliminations they can pick up there just to get themselves started, and then they can start to hunker it down. But let's take a look at this NIGMA Galaxy moving on into that eastern side. RTG trying to delay them as much as they possibly can, because again, they are unfortunately very, very exposed. If they can potentially back on off into that crater, but then they might be giving themselves more pain than it's really worth in terms of the rotations. We do have a nice little care package, though, that they could be going for. We can see it there off in the distance. Maybe they do need to go for it and make sure that Lord doesn't get an AMR. I'm just saying. It might be a good strategy.
Yeah, I mean, the only way that you can ensure that another player doesn't get the weapon you don't want them to use is if you take it yourself. But it does seem like Default is going to be pushing towards that crater. So maybe Default could be the one to get themselves a little bit of an upgrade with regards to the weapons there. But still, the pressure remains between NASR, Clear Vision, and GEEKAY on towards the edge of zone. A quick look back at what Mind brought through with that lovely, amazing mini 14 hits. Oh, just so phenomenal when we see all these ranged hits, just coming through. It's so magic. I love it.
Pixel perfect. You, like
Yeah.
aim off for who? We can just do
Yeah.
it with the Mini 14. Easy, easy. It's fine. It's easy. But let's take a look at it. So towards that northern side, we do have Vision actually just scouting out the crater right in front of them, just trying to see if there might be a few teams straggling along the way. But they have spotted out the likes of RUKH Esports there, closer to the likes of Brute Force, who's pulling into a similar territory. They're not quite pushing for any real estate at the moment, so we shouldn't yet see that contention, but it is potentially around the corner. NASR and Clear Vision once again finding one another, just sussing things out before we wait for that next zone shift. No one really wants to be making a move just yet because we don't know where they're going to end up. And taking a look at this now, we should be seeing an advantage for the likes of XENON, actually, and Twisted Minds.
Yeah, for Xenon, that's still going to be a little bit of a tough position to try and play through. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, where they are situated, they do have decent hard cover, but it is a pretty flat piece of land. So, you know, maybe you could see a few ranged attempts coming in their direction, or maybe a very strong defense coming through as a response to that. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be focusing back on towards that southeastern side. Gate now trying to dance around the lead, but unfortunately Sarge has other plans for them. Now GEEKAY going to be feeling a little bit of the heat here as NASR look to find a way to get themselves resituated back into a little bit more of an opportune play, right? Get themselves in a better position with regards to the zone, but up comes the push. NASR now taking a very emboldened approach. I like the fact that they are leaving one player out on the edge to provide a little bit of that overwatch. But now, as you can see, GEEKAY, they are here. They mean business, and they will try to stop NASR as best they can.
Absolutely. They could massively put a stop into the momentum here. And this is maybe exactly what they need to do. Stop your competitors from doing anything too crazy, please. NASR already picked up a wonderful Erangel matchup. If they continue that here on Miramar, we could be saying goodbye to anyone else's opportunities. But of course, GEEKAY also going to be feeling the brunt of the action as Vito steps on in once again. That Mini 14 reigning true. Trying to find a few connections, even a great elimination to boot as Clear Vision hold on off one shot. Sudden surprise.
Ooh, a little bit of a cheeky play there from one shot. But at least the rest of the Clear Vision team are going to be looking to hold on to the edge. So still a great gatekeeping opportunity available for them. But it's going to be a tough one. Because as you can see, GEEKAY, they have a lot of ridge cover to try and utilize. And, well, if you make it past the initial threat, which is Clear Vision, NIGMA Galaxy, they are going to be lying in wait. So it is a tough play, whichever way they look to take it. Now Clear Vision, are they going to make the play for zone? No, instead they are going to be doing a little bit of parkour here as Focus now finds a rather creative way to get themselves positioned back up into the vehicle. But again, Clear Vision not getting themselves situated into the zone. Instead, I don't know what they're doing up there with the vehicle, but it is, you know, they are missing out on opportunities.
Missing out. Ooh, please just miss those tires. Unfortunately, Monster Truck is not exactly the most inconspicuous vehicle you could really pick up here. But let's take a look at this. Coming through from that eastern side, we should have a few opportunities here alongside the ridgeline to just get a few picks, maybe get some eliminations. Quest Esports, as we know, very hungry for that opportunity. Spec just right up ahead of them, so exposed and in danger. At a moment's notice, we could be seeing the tables turned very quickly. I mean, on the western side of things, virtual gaming, they have just been sitting pretty absolutely in utter peace. They actually have gone with a 3-1 split now, just trying to find some action, trying to get some information. As we wait and see. There goes Spec. It was about time, unfortunately.
Yeah, NASR not going to be able to replicate the performance they had back in Erangel. But here we go as the push is about to find its way on through the zone, taking a slight little bit of a shift. Twisted and RUKH still finding himself situated within the zone, but now it's going to be GEEKAY looking to try and pick up the momentum, pick up the pacing, because if they don't, well, they are going to be having to bite the bullet here. Santa, Ragnar, both of them down. It's now solely reliant on Gate to see if they can potentially get that res secured. But Clear Vision now going to be looking to constrict the opportunities. As you can see, Focus taking lead Just quickly coming through that confirmation. Now the question comes, what will Gate's response be? Because still a lot of third-party pressure being applied. We still have Quest holding in the vicinity, and I mean, so far it seems like Quest are trying to pick up a bit of that bulldoze momentum. Now comes the push here for Clear Vision.
Ooh.
Get the play, and that is Gate accompanying the rest of the team back into the lobby. At least though, 6 eliminations going along with that.
Yeah, look, at this point, anything is worth a little bit more, but I was really hoping GK could have turned this into something so much more dominating, just to get themselves a nice bit of a boost. But oh, talking about that, the World of Battle stepping on up to the plate, finding Teak, already looking to send Falcons back into the lobby, just packing. Meanwhile, NIGMA Galaxy finding Quest, and the action continues as Falcons are dropping one by one.
Very, very tough play. Very tough play here for the side of the Falcons. Now relying solely on Puncher King, who we can't exactly quite see because they're a little bit more towards that western side. But now it's going to be the opportunity for NIGMA Galaxy to see what they can muster as we do say goodbye to Quest, as they will get battered and bruised. Now the pressure shifts slightly, right? Clear Vision having to try and defend, but Vitor is going to get hit. And now Vankid getting stuck in a very sweaty position. But Nigma, look at this play. Starting to expand, trying to get as much of a reach as they can onto the edge of the zone.
Let's take a look at this one. NIGMA Galaxy stepping on up. As we know, they don't really have to worry about that PMGC slot. They are just playing for the money right now. But it would be great just to throw a wrench in the works for the rest of these teams. RTG, though, stepping up as the World of Battle and RTG are simultaneously just taking NIGMA Galaxy out bit by bit. They do not have any edge of hard cover to even work with.
Oh, but RTG's Rio, great play there onto groups. Now, the rest of the team got a feeling that heat as they, again, try to just reposition themselves back into a little bit of safety. But up comes Lord. Oh, down goes Lord. And that is an absolute disastrous play as we do say goodbye to NIGMA Galaxy, the World of Battle, and RTG looking to bounce back. Both teams looking quite decent with regards to those eliminations. But now, well, they're going to have to decide between them who will be the team allowed to move forward into this next potential phase.
Oh, as we take a look at it, bit of a rotation in that zone is also going to be moving in, and we center on up to the likes of Twisted Minds and, of course, RUKH holding on, just trying to find an opportunity here. The World of Battle managing to keep their numbers in check. RTG narrowly made it out as well. I mean, with that altercation that they had there with NIGMA, that was the only thing standing in their way from turning their attention to one another. And now with the zone rotating on through, they need to get a move on. Brute Force as well, from a northern side. Virtual Gaming just peering down on their position. As soon as those rotations are going to be made, it is going to be all-out war.
Oh. Sometimes war is good for a few teams, other times not so much. But let's see who's going to be the ones to be smiling at the end. Twisted starting to improve their positioning here. Again, just lurking around that close to center zone positioning. I mean, they've got all the elevation, the hard cover that they need to come through with a beautiful, beautiful bout of victory. But still, RUKH yet to push on forward. See Foz and the rest of the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad keeping a very contentious and very tight spot over on towards the edge, and even so that they are now trying to get the jump over on towards the Brute Force squad, or at least what is left of them. Meanwhile, the World of Battle, they're not going to sit around and wait. Instead, they are going to be trying to apply themselves much, much closer, as we do see Muhammad running into a little bit of difficulty now. Krosner, as well as Hazem and Arthur, trying to establish a bit of a foothold here, but again, not a lot to work with. I mean, that track just so tiny.
Yeah, running out of cover, just running out of space. This is the unfortunate reality that we're going to be seeing these teams be put through. RTG already feeling some action here. Vision might even throw a wrench in this works. I mean, the World of Battle, they have their eyes just poised on RTG. They're not even thinking about the fact that Vision can completely flank them. But oh, a little bit of a helping hand coming through from RUKH, all the way from that northern side, will potentially be the saving grace here.
Here we go, the pressure again being applied as RUKH starts to find their feet, right? You can see those sprays connecting up so beautifully up into the side of Vision. But we are yet to see the follow-through come in. Volt now, the Lone Ranger, the last survivor, as they are finding themselves up in the crater. RUKH starting to expand again, looking to build on that momentum. Virtual Gaming Squad feeling quite a bit of the heat here as AZ steps up. Down goes the play. Fares, the next one to fall. And all now goes downhill for the side of Virtual Gaming Squad, as they will need to make their way back into the lobby. Not a single point going towards them. Now the world of battle caught right there in the hot mess. As you can see, the spray is being focused down in towards them. RTG, XENON, everyone is going to be trying to play a nice, decent edge positioning. But up comes the hit. Evo Station taking quite a bit of damage in the world of battle. Now trying to see, will this allow them a bit of a saving grace? RUKH Esports not going to be backing it down from an opportunity. But I got to say, I'm super impressed with Twisted, though. Already sitting on 9 eliminations.
Absolutely, this is the step up we've been waiting for. And RUKH, unfortunately, not feeling quite as positive at this moment in time. RTG still applying a lot of pressure on either the World of Battle or RUKH or Vision. They are just swinging their heads, keeping them ready to try and take out anyone as much and as quickly as they possibly can. But now, Zone centering up. Twisted Minds once again with an advantage here. Now able to hold on to maybe even more of an opportunity here to get that winner chicken dinner. I mean, they're applying pressure now to Brute Force. It's only, I believe, one member of Brute Force still up and at 'em, and then that whole western side is theirs.
Yeah, and I mean, they've already hit the double digits, so things are looking pretty dang exciting now if you're in the Twisted Minds camp. But they still have quite a bit of a way to go. Several hurdles still await them. RUKH Esports slowly starting to climb the edge of that crater. And again, it is going to provide them with some really strong hard cover, especially within the zone. So there's a phenomenal opportunity available to them. But again, it's all going to come down to what the remaining and contesting teams are going to look to allow. As XENON look to pick up the pace. They've now found Arthur, and this could be a beautiful play coming through here from Senkei as the molly gets delivered. It is going to be forcing Arthur to relocate now, putting themselves in a bit of a vulnerable position. It's all down to timing. Let's see whether or not Senkei can get that nade on the money. Out comes the bounce. The hits are in. Arthur super low on the HP bar. And Senkei wraps it up as they follow through. S12K to the face, but a quick response. Bit of third-party play coming through there from RTG as well.
Yeah, no time to think about it, no time to heal up, unfortunately, when you're getting rushed by the entirety of XENON. Now, moving into the southern side, I mean, XENON, once again, the cleanup crew of Miramar. Potentially, they might have found a competitor here. RTG have been very good at applying the pressure to the surrounding teams, but it has come at the cost of their teammates. It has come at the cost of their HP bars. Now, if XENON does choose to actually go for this completely, it could be a fairly equal plane competition here. But in terms of cover, we have to look towards XENON. In terms of position, once again, XENON should have that advantage. And now, with Galaga going down, this might just go the way of XENON.
It might. It helps, especially if they have the opportunity to alleviate a little bit of that pressure. And now Groza also going to be going on back. It's up to Rio, but up comes the full send as Senkei now looks to apply themselves. Oh, Rio sliding down the hill, uphill battle, but it is the end. RTG, signed, sealed, delivered right back into the lobby. And now, it is the remaining 6 teams. Falcons yet to find themselves a few eliminations, and it's all now reliant on Puncher. So, talk about a tough spot to be in, right? That is exactly where Puncher King finds themselves. Look at Eugene. RUKH Esports, they're not done with the lobby just yet. They are going to be trying to find at least a few more eliminations, and Volt is going to be their next target. But up comes the push, and a beautiful nade from Eugene.
That's exactly the kind of entry you were going to be looking for. Gorgeous, gorgeous nade coming through there. XENON, once again, is going to be hearing all of this commotion happening, and they decide they want a piece of the action. Again, if they can get this confirmation that they have that entire eastern side, but being caught out with a nade in hand is not going to bode well for the likes of XENON. 2 players going down almost immediately as RUKH Esports are on the trigger.
Well, let's see how far this one is going to take them, though. RUKH trying to capitalize as best they can. Lazy Lion just dodging explosions all over the place. But what a turnaround this is. I mean, XENON, they looked so phenomenal. And RUKH Esports just decided, right? They had a little bit of that Thanos play coming through. They snapped their fingers, and with that, it was the end of XENON. Twisted still going to be holding nice and steady, sitting with a very comfortable double-digit elim count there next to their name. But, well, they could be the team to contest against RUKH Esports for this winner chicken dinner.
Oh, this could be incredible. You can see the player there from Brute Force just trying to take as much as they possibly could away from the likes of Twisted Minds, rather opting to go down to the blue zone. As we take a look at this, Twisted Minds unfortunately down to only 2 players remaining. And again, this is RUKH's territory. They felt a wondrous momentum boost yesterday, winning off that last Miramar of the day. And now you can see why. A great nade to find the one of Twisted Minds, down only to Crypto to try and keep this dream alive.
Oh, a very cheeky approach here from Default. I love this aggression, but RUKH Esports already on 11 eliminations. Absolutely insane. Oh, and Crypto, no, down they go. Beautiful bounce back coming through here from RUKH Esports, securing themselves the winner chicken dinner, and doing so with a healthy both of eliminations as well.
Absolutely. And again, this is very reminiscent in what we saw in the last match coming through from yesterday, where they just picked up steam. Again, I don't know if they just had the right combination of sugar, milk, and coffee, but they definitely brought in a perfect recipe moving into that last Miramar. And this is very similar to what we saw. RUKH, again, in terms of what they have been so good at doing is those late rotations, moving in and basically becoming the new cleanup crew. And again, we have a bit of competition here for Gaith, as Default said, no, I'm going to take 3 of these spots in the match report. Thank you very much.
Yeah, phenomenal play coming through from RUKH, and I mean, Default just doing their thing. Absolutely amazing play that we've had from them. We gotta say, you know, gotta give a shout out there going out to Raouf and Discrim as well. Also stepping up within the match report, you know, repping for the side of NIGMA Galaxy as well as Vision. But RUKH Esports, absolutely amazing stuff. This is the kind of performances that we want to see, right? This is the play that we have grown to come so accustomed with from the RUKH side themselves. So phenomenal gameplay. This is exactly what we want to have. And as I said, right, looking at that northern rotation that they were bringing up in towards the zone yesterday, they found a lot of success in doing that. They were able to replicate those results moving into this Miramar here as well. So amazing stuff. Love it.
Absolutely. So we've already seen a resurgence, of course, there for Twisted Minds. We've seen that resurgence for RUKH. We saw a very wonderful showing coming through from NASR. So I don't know. It's just like, who should we be treated to next? But let's go take a look at the match rankings to see exactly how that ended up breaking down. We had a very heavy-handed top elimination count coming through from RUKH and Twisted Minds, 10 to 12 apiece each. And of course, that beautiful 22-pointer from RUKH. I also just want to highlight again, XENON for me was so close in doing a very similar situation than what we saw with RUKH. I mean, that contention, if that timing just wasn't there, if we saw both teams going at it, you know, at an equal footing, maybe it could have been XENON, you know, taking this winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been, but, well, it wasn't, right? It was RUKH Esports stepping up, doing their thing, but a phenomenal bounce, or rather return, coming through here from the side of Twisted. I mean, I'm hoping to see even more of this kind of play come through from Twisted as we progress through the remainder of the day. Because, I mean, it's been a minute, right? It's been a hot minute until since we last saw Twisted Minds really popping off like it's no one's business. So hopefully that will be the case here, but amazing strays going through. Even GEEKAY, right? They rose to the occasion, brought through quite a bit of an aggressive response. You can see Santa walking away with those 4 eliminations. I mean, I like and I appreciate the pacing that we're seeing that is starting to develop here.
definitely. The spacing and just the sheer amount of wild rotations that the teams had to deal with made for a very difficult finish towards that Miramar. Again, we constantly saw these chain fights. I mean, even this move coming through from RTG Vision and with NIGMA Galaxy being caught in between, you can see just how close everything has been for the teams. And this moment just being caught out with a nade with XENON and RUKH going against one another. I just wanted to see what could happen if it wasn't for that timing. You know, how would that truly have unfolded? But got to give it up to RUKH. I mean, they played a textbook.
Yeah, they played a textbook indeed. But as we know, right, match number 2, it is now done and dusted. We got match number 3 that is on the approach. Of course, we are going to be heading right back into Erangel. And on that, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you guys in a very short few moments.
Default, first of all, congratulations on securing second place and qualifying to PMPL MEA Championship. How does it feel?
Во-первых, спасибо за поздравления. Очень приятно. Мои ощущения по ПМПЛу прошло успешно. Я надеялся на такой результат.
So, Default, tell me, what's going to be your goal for this MEA Championship?
Наша задача выйти на ПМГЦ, показать хороший уровень.
So, when it comes to RUKH Esports, last time you qualified to the MEA Championship, you only managed to secure 13th place. So, what are you guys going to do differently, or how are you going to avoid making the same mistakes that you made last time?
Тактика будет проста. Добавился новый игрок команды Фрагер, который настрелил достойный результат. Мы надеемся, что зоны будут прокать намного лучше. И надеемся показать хороший результат.
Now, when we're talking about PMPL Africa, you guys have consistently managed to secure second place throughout the majority, if not the entire tournament. Can we expect the same performance when it comes to the MEA Championship as well?
Наша команда постоянно тренируется, чтобы показать хороший результат. Ведь от этого зависит наше будущее.
I want to ask you actually, when it comes to the PMRC EU versus Africa, you guys managed to get first place in that tournament. So how did it feel for the team to get your first official win in PUBG Mobile tournaments?
Для меня это был первый опыт. Я немного чувствовал волнение, но в будущем оно помогло мне стать лучше.
Finally, Default, I just want to give you the opportunity to say anything that you want to your fans, to your supporters, anything you want to say. The floor is yours.
Спасибо организаторам и стафам за быстрые ответы с решением проблем. Спасибо фанатам за их поддержку. Мы стараемся быть лучшими для вас и надеемся показать хороший результат на MEA Championship.
We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Ride us all to the top, whoa. We won't fit in your box, no. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go.
Hello guys and welcome back. We're getting ready to move into our next match. Of course, we are going to be venturing right back into Erangel. So far, we've seen RUKH Esports and NASR both step up with their winner-winner chicken dinners. Things are looking pretty tight when it comes to these leaderboards. But of course, speaking about tight, right? Look at Twisted Mind's performance.
Woo! Again, just to compare how close it really could have been between RUKH and Twisted Minds. Having said that, if Twisted Minds had a much safer rotation, if they managed to get themselves into the final zone with a better head count, we could have been seeing a very different result. I mean, it was a beautiful showing for Twisted Minds considering the last couple of days of performances, and hopefully it doesn't stop here for RUKH. I mean, as we saw with that interview, it clearly looks like, you know, the addition of that new player with a little bit more eliminations definitely gave Default the energy they needed to bring through their own best performance, because as a three-time absolute MVP from that match report, they brought it home for RUKH. So beautiful showing from them, and hopefully we should be seeing a resurgence back onto that Erangel. As we know, RUKH was that first winner chicken dinner.
Well, I mean, you probably mean well, yeah, back on day one, because I was for a
Day
second
one.
they was like, well, I saw
one.
NASR take the winner chicken dinner for today, so
In
yeah,
the
but
Beninging.
yes, in the Beninging indeed. But of course, well, as we get ready to move into Erangel yet again, we are going to be pretty sealed to our, or glued to our monitors, right, to see exactly who are going to be the team to step up and claim themselves that winner chicken dinner come the next round. Because, I mean, Brute Force, they have one. NASR, they actually have two winner chicken dinners on Erangel, right? They are the only team with two winner chicken dinners so far. So NASR starting to slowly create a bit of a trend. We've also seen them secure at least 26 placement points come through here. But of course, we'd love to hear what your opinion is, right? Be sure to give your votes in the chat as well. First type the word vote and then the tag of the team. So for Twisted Minds, for instance, it would be TWIS, and you can see the rest of the teams there as well. But be sure to show your love, and well, give us your predictions in the chat, right? Tell us who do you think is going to be the team to get the next winner chicken dinner, and also you can just tell us who your favorite team is, right? So either which way, just light it up in the chat. Let's see who's going to be the team to walk away with the most support. But now, as we are approaching match number 3, is there anything in particular that you are going to be looking to see happen here?
Absolutely. Brute Force is a massive question mark for me right now. I mean, they coming into today, they were our leaders with that, what was it, 31 plus point difference in terms of their current position and second place. In today's matches alone, I know it's only been 2 matches, but in these 2 matches, they've only managed to pick up 5 points. That is a stark difference compared to the 62 that they picked up yesterday. So in terms of momentum, I think Brute Force is definitely a team that is looking to hopefully spice things up if they want to keep their current positioning. And as we know, we are completely at that halfway point. We've already passed it. We're into day number 3, match number 3, and this is where we're starting to see a little bit of a slowdown from our leaders, from Brute Force, from XENON. I mean, Twisted Minds nearly taking that winner chicken dinner. Again, going into today, they were sitting on the second page at the bottom, and they are back with a vengeance.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to have to keep that consistency to push all the way through. Speaking about Twisted, we did see them actually move up a slot, but we actually have quite a few ties currently present within those overall rankings. So I think this match is going to be interesting one to see a lot of those tiebreakers come through. I mean, we've got Virtual Gaming and Vision having themselves a bit of a tie there. We've got R8 and Sly. We've got Twisted and the World of Battle. So quite a bit of contention coming through, but we also now have 3 teams sat within the century, right? 3 teams with triple digits next to their name. So there is going to be a pretty exciting game yet to come on through. And of course, well, we have also had quite a bit of a change then with regards to our top 4.
So a little bit of an upshift. So tell us, DK, who is going to be the teams that you're going to be looking at into this matchup before we spoil the top 4 for our viewers?
Well, the teams that I'm going to be looking for in this match, points-wise, definitely going to be looking at XENON, right? XENON, they're going to have to try and defend as best they can. As we can see over on that left-hand side, they have now moved down into 6th position. But NASR also with a bit of a change coming through. That last match for RUKH Esports actually awarded them a 3-slot jump, hopping all the way from 5th place straight up into 2nd.
A massive jump. And again, I mean, this is what we were talking about moving into today. Brute Force had 123. They're only sitting on 128, where as you have teams like RUKH Esports and of course Twisted Minds just getting 20 plus games, 20 plus point games, trying to get themselves as close as possible, of course, into that overall standings. Now RUKH taking down the likes of Quest, NASR and Road to Glory. This is a massive leap, absolutely. Even for XENON, they've, you know, shifted a little bit up and a little bit down, and now they're currently finding themselves in 6th. So as we take a look at this, it is going to be a very, very close day of games. I mean, we don't really have much of a split, even from the first to the from the 2nd place into our 9th position. It's only a mere 18 points. That's very doable.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot currently separating these teams, so the pressure, the heat is going to be on. And speaking about heat, RUKH Esports, they're going to be smiling because they've got a center-ish position within the zone. As we can see, the first phase is going to be taking us all the way up on towards the northern territory. So for teams down south, I mean, obviously it's going to be looting phase, right? So they are going to be looking to get themselves geared up and ready to go. But this is where I want to see a little bit more of a preemptive rotation, much earlier disengage from that Sosnovka military island and potentially heading up into regions like Aznaya, Stolber, maybe even right onto the doorstep of RUKH Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, those eastern regions definitely could use a little bit more love. I mean, they're basically fully abandoned. We don't really have a team other than Brute Force that likes to favor those regions. We saw XENON giving a little bit of love at some point throughout the Erangel matches in day number 1 to Stolber, but it was, you know, a dime and a dozen. Ooh, also a dime and a bit of a dozen. Sly Machine, basically just losing a member almost immediately as soon as they get their feet on the ground. So that's quite a bit of an upset for me. I really want to see what our silent assassins can do, and I don't know. I feel like we need a little bit more of that magic coming through.
Well, let's see how much of the magic is going to follow through as NASR trying to get a bit of a push up on towards Vito. Ooh. See, the nice thing about taking engagement this early on in the game is your opponent, well, and yourself, you don't necessarily have the best gear, the best loadout, but this is going to result in Vito finding a very cheeky spray with that Uzi, as the rest of Clear Vision now look to just come in with a little bit of that reinforcement. Starch has to be so careful because they too can get taken down very easily.
No, this is textbook play coming through from Clear Vision. I mean, just delaying the team so much, just ducking and diving, managing even to get a knock in the meantime, waiting for your team to rotate as a solo. I mean, just perfect play coming through from Vito. One shot has gone down, so it is still basically equal footing in this 2v3. Oh, great opening, but ultimately Clear Vision, they are rolling in for the cleanup. And NASR, unfortunately, will be relegated down to a solo, at least in the form of XENOX, and we know what XENOX is capable of.
Yeah, but at least for the time being, I think XENOX is going to be maybe looking to risk it all.
Oh, no? That drift.
Never mind. Never mind. I mean, they drifted right into the lobby, right? Good play, but Focus stopped them right there in their tracks, ending the run for NASR. At least they were able to find themselves that one elimination at the expense of one shot. But still, so much yet to come through here. And, well, now there's going to be a great opportunity for Clear Vision to focus their efforts back on playing a very contentious match.
Well, let's wait and see exactly how they can make this one happen. For Sly Machine, we spoke about it briefly before the Wild action. Just a little bit quiet for me. Just in terms, we are used to sort of just losing track of them, but then they are that team that are on the outskirts of eliminations, you know, and they've been so steadfast in doing it in such a mysterious manner that we haven't actually been able to see what's really happening. And then unfortunately, I feel like as soon as I started focusing on them, it started to go a little bit slower. So I don't know if I've given them the wrong energy today, but yeah, moving into this matchup alongside Twisted Minds and the World of Battle, it's really going to be up to those teams at the bottom of the standings to give us that performance. I mean, all three of those teams alongside R8 are tied with 50 and 55 respectively towards the bottom of the standings at the moment.
I mean, that's a very tough position to be in because, as we can see, the top of the leaderboard is sitting on 100 plus, right? So they're going to have to try and double those points if they want to stand any chance to try and contest for those top 4 slots. So the pressures on the heat is there, but it's all going to come down to whether or not these teams are going to be able to make those plays happen. And this is where everything started to go south for the side of NASR. Oof. Such as, I mean, they tried, right? They tried, but Clear Vision, well, they just denied them access. And XENON trying to play a little bit of an upset, but that is where it all went to the lobby. Now, Clear Vision, they're looking pretty good, right? They've been able to get themselves patched up. They look to be a lot more confident at this point in time, but we could also potentially see them, you know, start to chase down the side here of RTG.
Well, I mean, moving into this matchup, Clear Vision didn't do too badly in that previous Miramar. They picked up 5 eliminations. Again, if it was just an addition of some placement points, they really could have had a stunning Miramar. Maybe they can make it happen here over towards Erangel. We take a look, though, at some of the rotations that are currently happening. You know, we mentioned earlier on we wanted to see teams abandoning that military base so much sooner just because of that shift up to the north. Oh, and XENON. What a way to get a little bit of a welcome party here. It is the full squad of Quest Esports welcoming you potentially back into the lobby.
Well, Quest definitely going to be looking to play this match better than they did in the first game, but, of course, XENON going to be looking to pick up the momentum as we do see Lazy Lion getting dropped to their knees. Carry Boy also getting stopped in their tracks. And now it is up to Marshall to see if XENON can make it all the way into that second phase. So far, so good. I mean, Marshall not taking a single drop of damage, but still not exactly the kind of turnaround that they would have liked to see. As we can see up on the map, it might be short-lived because we've got quite a few teams in the vicinity.
That is unfortunate. I mean, I thought that the timing was there for XENON. You know, when we saw a little bit of that stalemate come through, we had the teammates immediately try and rush and rotate as soon as they possibly could, but Quest Esports, they were just so ready for it. I mean, back to what we were talking about, that military base island. Over towards the military base island, we can take a look at Twisted Minds and, of course, Virtual Gaming, who have yet to make their ascent over towards that main island. We can see Sly, Clear Vision, right up ahead of them, looking to really bring the pain. So it is going to be quite a bit of a tough rotation. I mean, for Clear Vision as well, they're just looking for some of those resources that they had to spend on those engagements. Falcons, no surprise, taking a very late rotation out of Primorsk, and we are still going to be involving a little bit of that water action into this next phase. So a few less positions than some of the teams would have wanted.
It's tough. It's tough, and as we know, the blue zone is no one's friend. It might look all warm and fuzzy and welcoming, but it is anything but. In the meanwhile, Virtual Gaming Squad just trying to survive the onslaught coming through here from Twisted, but we do see Amjid getting taken down. It's now up to Fares and Yafoz. Oh, down goes the hits though, as Mostar will get confirmed, and Yafoz and Fares now going to be finding themselves in a very, very difficult spot. AZ also yet to make a decisive push, but up comes Dami looking to see if they can reach back onto that bridge, and in doing so, potentially helping clear up the entirety here of Virtual Gaming Squad.
I don't know if that clear up was a specific word of choice because Clear Vision is right up ahead of them, but I appreciate it if it was a pun. Either way, though, it's going to be Twisted Mind and Virtual Gaming. And again, this is not something that you really want to delay much further, nor do you want this battle to go on at all. As long as it is going to potentially do, because the Virtual Gaming, they've just been hitting shots left, right, and center right now. Just looking at Twisted, I don't even know if they're going to survive this heal up. It might just be the end right here and there, and we'll have to look at Crypto. Oh, just in the nick of time though, they get those med kits popped on off. That was literally a second in time for them to actually get back up on their feet and actually stand up against Virtual Gaming.
I mean, it is tight. It is uncomfortable. It is aggressive. And, well, it's very even footing here, as we do see Dami also now getting taken on down. But Twisted, they're still going to be holding on to, I would say, a little bit of a split here, right? We got Evo Station, as we can see, now about to feel a lot of the heat coming through from Amjid. But how are Twisted then going to be looking to respond to this? Because, I mean, Evo Station needs a little bit of that reinforcement.
Absolutely. They would love to have their teammates join them up here. But as you take a look at Crypto, trying to go for a bit of a bumper bash at this moment in time. They don't have a lot of cover to work with. Amjid now jumping on into the action, but Evo Station here with the backup to ensure the Crypto will not be going down in vain. Confirmation quickly in place. I haven't seen many medkits though. I don't know if you saw it, DK, but I didn't see one on Evo Station. Hopefully, I mean, that knock from Amjid would give them the resources they need. But even for Rez, I mean, just looking at the HP, looking at the resources, are they just going now for a wild elimination count just to see if they can get something before they go down?
Well, we don't know. We don't know. It could be all of that, or it could be none of it. But either which way, they're going to have to decide on something as far as is about to, well, have the unfortunate and the inevitable happen to them. Yeah, Fares signing off, and there we have it. Virtual Gaming Squad are going to be our team to get sent back in 15th. Now, Twisted in a very tough position because they have an immense amount of ground to cover to get themselves all the way back up to the north of the map.
I really hope for Twisted Mind's sake that they're going to find some meds along the way. Otherwise, they might not survive that trip. I saw at least 2 energy drinks. That's about it. We know Fares went down with no meds, so loot might be a bit of a problem, but we'll have to wait and see. Twisted Minds in the meantime, while we turn our attention over towards the rest of the lobby. We have shifted all the way up towards a shooting range here, now really bringing in a bit of an interesting terrain here. Of course, we know R8 taking hold of a lovely little bit of a center zone position, and they're just waiting for teams to rotate on in to see what they can do.
Well, this could be a beautiful setup for R8. As we know, there are also no strangers to the challenges that Erangel could be throwing at them. But let's see whether or not they can actually push all the way through. I mean, so far, we know that they've been able to secure themselves that winner chicken dinner right here on Erangel. So they've shown their capabilities. But now they're going to have to follow through. Speaking about follow through, it is going to be Pusher looking to close it up here with Brute Force as we do say goodbye to Neos. The Broody Fruities now down to a 3-piece, and it's not going to be the easiest entry to gain up in towards this next zone.
Not at all. You can take a look at Brute Force here, just finding a bit of an opportunity towards that eastern side, just north of GEEKAY. Unfortunately, it I don't know how, but Twisted Minds are still alive. I thought I was going to have a completely different sentence, but they're still kicking. They're still rotating on in. Taking a look at a little bit of that replay. Yeah, this attrition here between Virtual Gaming and Twisted Minds, as I was trying to allude to, I really didn't want it to go on long, just purely based on the resources they had at the time, unfortunately. So, again, this could have tipped either way. Whoever had more meds at the time were going to be the team to survive it.
Yeah, but I don't fully understand why they would expend so much HP for just a few points, a potential few points, right? There was also, again, no guarantee on them even succeeding or even surviving it. But, you know, well, the teams make decisions based on criteria that they deem, you know, viable to make those calls. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking at RTG trying to get themselves secured back up into the zone. And, of course, they are going to be rotating in right behind the team from RUKH. So this is, again, a very contentious position for RTG to try and get themselves situated. But if they don't decide to push straight forward through the side there of RUKH Esports, they might be delivering themselves on a bit of a plateau over to the side of Vision.
Absolutely. This is a very difficult situation. Now, once again, that that zone is just centering up on the plane crash, and that just means that R8 have the only real ridge line that they can sort of make use of within center, so they're going to be sitting pretty, just waiting for the teams to move on in. You can see everyone is very hesitant. No one really wants to make a move first because they're all so exposed into this next phase. Oh, Twisted. Oh, did you see how close they got? They were just nearly within the zone, and then they had to run head first into GEEKAY Esports. So unfortunately, they'll be going back into the lobby with those 4 eliminations, just shy of that zone.
Again, right, that whole costly thing that we were talking about just a few moments ago. But in the meanwhile, of course, the zone still going to be favoring the players there from R8. As we can see, the zone now centered up over onto the crash site. In the meanwhile, Sly and Quest getting into a little bit of a showdown. But it does seem like our silent assassins have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew as they've been reduced down to Steezy. NIGMA Galaxy, though, still going to be running rampant down on towards the southern side as Koops locks it in on Vankid. Does get the finisher, and now it is down to Vito to try and survive for clear vision.
Oh my god. Look, Vito has been doing a fantastic job today. I mean, just based off of that wonderful delay that we saw there within the compound, just trying to keep alive earlier on. But This is a very, very difficult zone to try and sneak on into victory. We know it's extremely open. There's a lot of potential line of sights that teams in the surrounding areas are going to have on you just moving up into the zone. So to take a look at it, NIGMA Galaxy, the next team on up for that potential danger. And Quest Esports still going to be keeping some time here. All right, so we've got NIGMA actually taking a bit of a westernly approach. Curious to see how this was going to actually pan out for them, because as we know, they will be making that rotation straight into potentially Falcons. So a difficult time. We have to say goodbye to Vito, unfortunately, thanks to the blue zone. So at least they're not going to be giving that elimination up to anyone else.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the play, though. In the meanwhile, Brute Force trying to push through shooting range. You can see a lot of targets for them to aim at. But, well, as we know, these targets, they tend to react. Right, it's not like a normal shooting range where the targets are stationary and that's about it. Right, so you got to be very, very careful as to how you play through this one. Meanwhile, Vision also going to be starting to slowly ascend the hilltop as they are pushing further and further up in towards the zone. But now, this is the opportunity for Rami to bring something to the foreground, because RUKH Esports, only one elimination, and Rami themselves yet to find an elimination.
Well, let's take a look at this now. Difficult situation all around. I do like what I'm seeing from Quest Esports, though. Again, I mean, a massive opportunity coming through from that southern side, already up with 5 eliminations. They are left completely to themselves. They can take a pick, pretty much any sort of choice who they really want to go up against. Does look like there's a bit of a bumper bash up against GEEKAY. Not sure if Quest is actually going to push that, or if they would rather just opt for a bit of a zone rotation. Because at the moment, we can see that zone shifting just all the more towards the western side. NIGMA Galaxy actually going to be rewarded for that early western push that they had to make at the result of Quest, you know, just pushing them back. So, hey, it all worked out for NIGMA. Let's see what the other teams can make happen of this.
Well, I'm actually excited about NIGMA's position over on towards that southwestern side. I mean, so far, it is looking pretty dang great. But, well, we'll see what they get to make with that. In the meanwhile, it is going to be GEEKAY looking to play a little bit of an upset down towards that northern side, all the way back in towards shooting range. I mean, Brute Force, RTG yet to rotate out. And if it's up to Gaze, they will get denied access, right? They won't be able to make it any further than that. But here we go. The push is about to come through as RTG hop in their vehicles, ready to make, well, their big rotation. A very, very tough one to try and pull off. At least they have sent Rio out to set up a bit of an anchor. So let's see whether or not that is going to work out for them. Now comes the response. Brute Force also rotating up with them, jumping on the wagon here. But who will be the one to hold on? Because again, right, such a difficult play onto the edge of zone.
Very difficult. Very, very difficult. I mean, just, again, so many teams that we have clustered within these sections. Now, adding on top of that, the terrain, the openness, the lack of cover, the lack of resources. As we can see, everyone just fighting on fumes at this moment in time as Rio steps on up and finds a hit into Brute Force. This is not looking great for them. As we know, Brute Force is a team that we need stepping up to the plate. They've only picked up 5 points today as our leaders on the overall rankings. That cannot be sustainable. That cannot be allowed to happen when we have teams stepping up so quickly. XENON even now going out. Again, what's happening to our top 4 teams?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just a bit of a breath of some air, right? I don't know if it's fresh air or something that's coming through here, but either which way, teams are going to be looking to make that play. RTG looking to lock it down, waiting in the wing, good position down on towards Rami, as well as the side of the Broody Fruities. So the road to glory to get it paved. But where will this take them? GEEKAY also with a very, very cautious play, waiting for the opportunity, trying to time those shots to perfection, as Gaze now reaches in and finds themselves a little bit of Ado.
Great opportunity here. A few more utilities being sent on out, waiting for those returns. I mean, look at Ragnar just sending it absolutely into Brute Force territory. Prepod going to be very happy with that one. A great pickup for them. Gaith now still remaining, going to be sending it alongside the likes of Hope. Prepod still standing in the way of their victory. DBS on out. Great opportunity. Hope a little bit too late for that trigger, unfortunately. Now we sit with a 1v1 scenario, and Prepod now, I mean, all they want is to get that res onto Ado. Those nades now are going to be making it so difficult.
Yeah, people are definitely not in the best position here, but maybe. Oh, yeah, never mind. It is going to be Hope stopping them, but Hope themselves gets crushed as the sprays continue to rain on down. Groza landing the final nail in the coffin. In the meanwhile, down on towards the western side of zone, it is going to be FALCONS and NIGMA getting ready for a little bit of a showdown here. NIGMA with a 3-piece. And of course, if you can see the FALCONS still holding on to a full 4-piece, but the numbers, right, they are leaning a little bit more on towards the side here of the FALCONS. So they're going to have to try and utilize all the available space here.
Let's see what happens here. FALCONS have also just been looking for a better showing, just been looking for that opportunity to make a map their own. And ooh, now we are definitely in the thick of it. Enigma Galaxy moving on in. Again, a very good opportunity for them having to make this western approach earlier on thanks to the likes of Quest, but now it's been a bit quiet. Now they have to just snake it up into the grasses, trying to take stock of what's happening in their surroundings. As a 3-piece, Quest Esports still just applying the pressure. We've got FALCONS from the west now as well. So for Nigma, all that is in their future right now is a sandwich, and I'm not sure if they're happy with that kind of menu.
Yeah, there's a lot of grass in the sandwich here, so I mean, if it's your thing, then sure. But let's see how this one is gonna play out, though. Nigma starting with a bit of a push, a bit of a strafe. Vision, I don't see them necessarily looking to get all too aggressive. They have decided to mobilize themselves, but I don't think those vehicles are going to be looking to go anywhere just yet. I think they are waiting in anticipation to see what the Zord is going to be looking to bring on through. But for the FALCONS, they have a great opportunity, seeing that the Nigma is pretty much on even ground with him, right? Both teams can look to just capitalize on these retry covers that they have. But again, it is going to result in a very challenging engagement between both of them.
Yeah, so the only thing that I'm really curious about is exactly what R8 is also planning. They've been in this position for so long, right? They have been sitting here waiting for the teams to push into them. They've been sitting in the prime location waiting for an opportunity just to pick up eliminations, yet all this action is happening to the outskirts and they're not taking part in any of it. Only 2 eliminations to the count, and now, well, the teams might take themselves out for them. Take a look at this now. FALCONS still applying that pressure over to Enigma Galaxy, and it is all too much to handle as we say goodbye, unfortunately, to the likes of Nigma, as FALCONS are reining it in with 4 eliminations.
Well, it seems like the FALCONS came in here with sharpened beaks and sharpened talons, but now the big challenge is going to come on through. We can see Quest, Fahidan, right there alongside them, waiting patiently for a bit of an opportunity, going on all the audio cues available to them. You can hear the buggy here. Puncher King just looking to lurk, looking to maybe even taunt Easy into a bit of an approach. But Quest, they know better. They are going to keep their distance, and they actually start to encircle the FALCONS. But again, this could go 2 ways. It could go amazingly for Quest, but we could also see an immense response potentially coming through from the side there of R8 as well.
Well, definitely with that zone now centering up, it's still keeping R8 in the conversation for the time being. Though the pressure is building here towards that southwesternly side, and again, we can't really forget about Vision moving in with their full force, but let's focus on what's happening here. P6, a lot of damage now dealt onto the side of Easy. Going down for a knock. Puncher, you can see, so keen to just move on in for the finish with that buggy and potentially get that final knock onto Fahidan. But let's take just a moment to breathe. They can't be too hasty with this, especially with Vision now wrapping their focus over towards the FALCONS. Suddenly, they are in the exact same boat as what we saw with Nigma.
But this is where the difficulty comes in, is because if you delay the opportunity, if you delay that play, you open up quite a bit of a can of worms, as we have so many other teams eager to jump at the opportunity. So however FALCONS are going to be looking to play this one, they have to be very decisive about it. If they are going to be looking to push back in towards the zone, they need to do so, and they need to do it with absolute force. Because Vision, they are going to be looking to capitalize. We can see them now prepping for a bit of a setup, but it does seem like the FALCONS are going to be pursuing Quest, trying to get themselves just ever so slightly more favorably situated within the zone. But a team here that I'm actually quite curious to see what their response will be is going to be R8, because, I mean, they've just been quiet. They've not been doing all that much.
Yeah, that's we've just been saying the same question over and over. What's RA doing? They've been so quiet. They've just been snaking it in the grass in the perfect position. I mean, they have a solo behind them in the form of Rami that they can easily just quickly capitalize on. Then they have that entire northern side to themselves, and they completely just focus on the teams moving up from the southern side, who are battered and bruised, mind you. They have been constantly chain fighting, moving into the zone, but still, we can see this perfect landscape for R8. And now only they start to potentially make use of it. As a three-piece, they still have to worry about vision. We need to see some action coming through from them.
Oh, but I don't know. I don't know how far this one is gonna go now for Vision, as the Falcons, they look to come back with quite a bit of a vengeance. Falcons down to, or rather Vision down to a one-piece Tapok getting run over, and that is gonna be the end, as Vision Esports will be sent away with 2 eliminations up. Down to the final 3 we go. R8, this is now the opportunity. They can't sit back much longer. We do need to see something come through here from RUKH and Prestige. Because as we know, right, the longer you wait, the more momentum Falcons will be able to find here.
Absolutely. And Falcons is not a team you ever want to give an opportunity to get that momentum back. When they are feeling confident, when they are getting in their groove, they are a danger to everyone in the surroundings. Great step up here for Prestige, though. Finally, we're seeing that action moving through from them. They've been quiet for so long. Maybe this is what they've been waiting for. And confirmation, they're over towards P6, just around the corner, with Fahidan helping out from that southern side. Unfortunately, I don't think Falcons will be able to move on from this. And for Quest and for R8, this is the perfect recipe for a winner-winner chicken dinner. And again, we want to favor Quest in this scenario because they have all 4 of their members.
Well, not only that, they are also much further up with regards to their positioning on the overall rankings. But Falcons, they could definitely do with a nice addition of winner-winner chicken dinner coming their way to add on and help to push them up the rankings. The same can be said coming through for the side of R8. I mean, coming into this match, they were tied with Slime Machine sitting on 58 points. And now we say goodbye to the Falcons, and it is down to Quest. Oh, and 2 players left from the side here of R8 as it now turns to the fate of Prestige and Krat to see whether or not they can make that winner-winner chicken dinner happen.
Let's step it up. R8, they have been so quiet for so long. At least that means that they've had a plenty an opportunity there to get some resources and just to save them for this very moment. A 3v2 scenario here as, oh, the nades rain true, and Easy is just looking for a quick rundown with this vehicle, just waiting for that opportunity.
Well, here we go. It is down to the final few plays. Quest still looking absolutely phenomenal, still holding on to the numbers advantage. But Kra Prestige, oh, getting done dirty as Kra gets dealt. And down they go, Prestige. Now having to defend the honor here for R8, and they are going to get absolutely encircled. Down they go, Quest Esports locking in yet another winner-winner chicken dinner. Absolutely amazing performance. And of course for Quest, as we know, this is their very first victory on Erangel.
Their very first victory indeed, and definitely a very well-deserved victory. I don't know, it was such a weird position as well that we found R8. They were in the prime spot for so long to at least get information, and I thought they would have wanted to move out of it much sooner due to basically just being a valley. I mean, an easy couple of nades, and you could have been sending R8 sooner rather than later, but there it is. Quest Esports, ultimately, they were the ones who made the most of everything, taking on the likes of NIGMA, taking on the likes of Falcons, even taking on the likes of Vision, just to get to this point.
I mean, it's been a pretty tough run, right? We would have loved to see R8 being able to capitalize on the positioning that they had within that zone. I mean, as you said, right, it was such a favorable position, and it could have been such a power play coming through from their end. But Quest, well, they were determined to get themselves that winner chicken dinner, and what a step up it has been coming through from Quest. I mean, looking at the performances in the previous Erangels up to this point, Quest, they had only been able to acquire themselves 30 points, right? 18 eliminations and 12 elims, but now stepping it up that extra level. The World of Battle, though, and Slime Machine, you know, teams that we were hoping also could step it up. As we know, the World of Battle, they were able to secure themselves a winner-winner chicken dinner in the previous matches. I'm not quite sure what was the situation here, right? I mean, it looked promising, but unfortunately, the World of Battle just couldn't make it happen.
There's been that situation, that question for a few teams today, especially when we compare it to day one performance. And again, unfortunately, day one is a little bit of a fluke. It's not quite the descriptor that we would look at for the rest of the matchups, but hey, if there's an opportunity, hopefully they can bring it back. Just looking at the map performance that we've been seeing, we're starting to really see a bit of a change into this top 5, and it's been the same top 5 for the longest of time. That it's great that we're finally seeing some new names. I mean, NASR making an appearance, of course, XENON moving in back and forth between this action, and R8. I don't even know what to say about R8 anymore, DK. That was just a weird match. It's a very weird match when you consider that they should be one of the top performers on Erangel.
Yeah, it's a hard pill to swallow, but you know, we can only hope that we'll see a little bit of that improvement come through. R8 finding a little bit more of that consistency. But speaking about consistency, of course, we know match 4 is about to come through. On that, we are going to be taking a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break. Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready to move into our next match, of course. Well, we are going to get ready for a little bit of a rumble in the jungle as we are approaching a little bit of that Sanhok action. But before we get into Sanhok, right, Erangel, gotta say, it is looking pretty exciting, right? We've been seeing quite a few teams pop off, and, well, two of those teams that have really popped off in this last match, Quest and FALCONS.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a lot to break down here for the likes of Quest and FALCONS. Of course, we know exactly how it went for Quest. I mean, they're absolutely very happy and ecstatic with their result. For FALCONS, it was so close for me, but then ultimately they fell to the exact same fate that what we saw with NIGMA Galaxy, just getting sandwiched, pincered there between Vision and of course the likes of Quest, which really bolstered Quest into that southern reaches. And then all they needed to do is really just focus on a little bit of cleanup and move on to R8. It was just systematic for them. FALCONS, I am a little bit biased towards FALCONS when it comes to a map like Sanhok specifically because of their past performances. So that I would hope that they've used what they've seen so far. I mean, it's the third Sanhok of this matchup, of this championship. They have an opportunity here to pick up some great points. They have an opportunity here once again to build on their momentum, moving into our last Sanhok and into our last Erangel rather, and our last Miramar of the day. So please let this be the start of something great for them.
Well, of course. Well, let's take a look and see exactly where the teams find themselves. As we've already concluded 3 of our games here today. Brute Force, well, they are still going to be maintaining their lead, right? Quest getting very, very close. Now, only 7 points away from them. Now, that last match did award them a beautiful jump up, but RTG also now stepping up into pole position, actually relegating the side of NASR down into 5th place. Vision, NIGMA also with a beautiful upward trend coming through there. But as we take a look over on towards that second page, this is where we can see a lot of the effort that is also going to be starting to come through, right? I mean, R8 already jumping all the way up in towards 11th place, 2 slots up. They started down in 13th, so teams starting to wake up, and I think at this point we're gonna have to see a lot more than just waking up to come through if anyone on this page is gonna be looking to make it up onto the first page and potentially even into the top 4.
Yeah, for me, for R8, especially into that last matchup, like we said, they had center zone for 4 phases in a row. In an opportunity, they could have just rained down absolute chaos from that northern reach, especially from the elevation that they were sitting in. Once they got themselves out of that little ditch from the plane crash, they could have had a very different matchup, but they were just a little bit too quiet for me. And again, because we've seen such a resurgence in the aggression from these teams, because we've seen every single team take a focus towards eliminations, you can't really just sit idly by and let those eliminations get taken away from you. You need to make that move, especially with that position that they were given, especially with the spacing that they were given. Like I said, the only thing they had to worry about was one solo from behind them, and that was it. No one else was coming to their reach until that end moment.
It's tough, and I mean, as we know, the teams, well, they don't necessarily know exactly what is happening on the map, especially with regards to where the other teams are positioned. They don't have the luxury that we have to have a look at that map view. I'm pretty sure if R8 are going to be doing a little bit of that VOD review, you know, they might kick themselves in the head a little bit and go like, you know what, we need to fix that little piece, right? Because that was, I think, a wasted opportunity. But as we are going to be stepping over into the jungle now, there is a little bit of an opportunity for, you know, R8 to make up for whatever might have happened over onto Erangel. But again, for a team like R8, Sanhok not necessarily one of their favorites, right? So far throughout this championship, it's been a pretty touch and go kind of performance. We've seen Brute Force and Clear Vision having a phenomenal step up. Both teams are giving themselves winner chicken dinners. But the strongest team that we've actually seen on Sanhok is Quest. Right, coming through with 25 points, 16 eliminations ahead of the competition. I mean, that is a pretty insane play coming through, seeing that we've only had 2. But either which way, this is the opportunity for essentially any team to step up and lock in all the points they need. Well, or get a good chunk of those points at least.
I can tell you now, the teams hopefully are going to be stopping Quest in their tracks, because Quest Esports has been our best performing team of today, specifically. Yep. So it's understandable why they've shifted themselves up into the top 2 placement, just behind Brute Force, who also we know has not been having a great day. And now they're sitting in a position where they're only 7 points away from kicking Brute Force out of that first place finish. So not only is that a better share of the prize pool, but of course we know they're getting themselves into PMGC placement territory, getting themselves potentially that slot. So now we're going on to one of their best maps. When they're already feeling that momentum, please, guys, let's put a target on Quest's back. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing a very one-sided affair.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Quest are not going to say no to, you know, them having a one-sided affair here. They want to try and play the best possible game. And I mean, they're chasing Brute Force, as you can see. Only 7 points. So if Quest have a successful match, this could be their ticket. But again, right, it's also going to be that contention for the top 4, for the 4th place, especially. As you can see, only 101 points. That is going to be the entry up into those PMGC slots. NASR, XENON, Vision, all so close. But of course, GEEKAY, they've been trying to bring in a little bit of that push. Sitting on only 10 points so far for the day. They're definitely going to have to step it up in the Sanhok if they want to even get themselves close to contention.
Ooh, we've got a bit of a rematch here between GEEKAY and Virtual Gaming. We know just yesterday this really came to such a stalemate with Mostar ultimately taking GEEKAY out, and now almost immediately we see Virtual Gaming once again relegated to 2, which is again very copy paste of yesterday. At least this time GEEKAY have made a much stronger showing. They're up with all 4 of their members. They do have that ability to take a bit more time, considering we do have that zone coming through for Sanhok, which is, you know, a quicker rotation than most maps. But they hopefully will not be wasting any time taking Virtual Gaming out and not repeating the mistakes of yesterday.
Yeah, because also yesterday they left here with only 1 player up. So they're going to have to finish much stronger here. And so far, as you've said, it is looking much more improved on the side of GEEKAY. But Fares, Yafoz could maybe look to play a bit of an upset here. Unfortunately, Virtual Gaming not having any points to their name just yet. Ooh, but here we go, Yafoz now looking to get down to business as GEEKAY are going to be clearing it out, building by building. They already know that there's nobody left in Lobster, so all they can do now is focus their efforts. But look at Gaze coming through with the upsets. And now Yafoz signs out, and that is it. GEEKAY not losing everybody this time around, or close to everybody. They just lost Santa.
Unfortunately, no milk and cookies this time around, but a much better showing from GEEKAY. We can see that's an immediate improvement from yesterday's Sanhok matchup. They've learned from their mistake. They've immediately employed the fixes that they needed to, and unfortunately, Virtual Gaming is going to be the victim to that great resurgence and adaptation. I mean, with Sly Machine just out on the reaches, just taking a look at what's happening over here, you can see Gaith already reaching out in the open. Ooh, such an opportunity here for 13 now. Just step up and get that elimination. Come on, please. Let's have it happen here. Silent Assassins, do what you do best and get 1. Now the potential there is, of course, towards Hope and Ragnar. And this would be a great start for Sly Machine, the Sly Machine that we know and love.
Yeah, and of course, a great opportunity to engage that stealth mode again. But so far, I like what they're doing. You know, not going to be looking to get all too engaged, not all too aggressive. Instead, going to be just testing the waters from far away. I think that might be the more opportune approach, but y'all, you still got to watch it, as we do have Ragnar and the rest of R8 also looking to do a very similar thing, looking to capitalize on all the opportunities presented to them. At least for Sly, they've not lost 13. 13 is still there, and a quick res could definitely help them bounce back and maybe contest against the side now of R8.
Very interesting indeed. But again, I really have to reiterate, I do want every single team to showcase their best performances. I am not partial to any single team, but from what we've seen today with R8, I really want them to be more aggressive, just because of the positions that they've been able to garner. The rotations that they've been taking have been very good, and if they can just add a little bit more aggression, we could be seeing a winning formula here. So as we take a look at that, though, RUKH might be having something else to say. We know they're currently jumping into this matchup, sitting in 3rd place, as you can see at the top of your screens right now. 1-1-1-1, a great score, but can they make it even better? XENON just going to be lying absolutely low, as they just took a bit of a flyby there. Lazy Lion immediately said, no, DK, I don't want to go there. I'm going to go back to my team.
I think that was a good call, a good decision to make. There's, as we know, obviously safety in numbers, and it will help if they have four weapons pointing in one particular direction. We've seen absolute devastation being dealt when a team rather looks to adopt that approach. But so it's going to be a pretty tough call here to see exactly how XENON are going to get themselves situated in this region here. But RUKH, great bit of elevation for them to try and capitalize on. And as we know, RUKH Esports, well, they have a little bit of fun when it comes to the map of Sanhok itself, right? They've been playing, they've been playing games. We are yet to see them secure themselves a bit of a winner chicken dinner. But a smack dab center zone positioning that could actually maybe allow them a bit of more flexibility.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it would be a really good start to the day if they can make that happen. But hey, brute force as well. Yeah, it's just been an interesting day all around for our teams. And it's just getting closer and closer, which is what we wanted, DK, to be fair. So I don't know if we have cursed brute force into today's matches because we were like, listen, we don't just want one team dominating. We want to see some action here. And then all of a sudden, unfortunately, brute force has had a very tough day. But there's still an opportunity for them to step it up here. Especially, I mean, with Quest, I have to say, RUKH so far, if I am doing my math correctly, has already picked up 13 eliminations just today.
Wow.
And that's about, I think, 6 ahead of the second best, which would be Default coming through from RUKH Esports, who we know has had a phenomenal day. So they have definitely been stepping up in a whole different way, which again is why I'm talking to that momentum. Moving now into what is arguably their best map, just based on stats. Obviously, we've only had 2 other Sanhok, so take that with a pinch of salt. This is a very scary formula for Quest now, especially considering they're only 7 points away from taking the first spot.
But I mean, Quest's a very capable team, so they could quite easily accomplish that. I mean, especially looking at where the players from Brute Force find themselves, they've gone for a more secluded approach, right? Trying to keep their distance, not necessarily going to be looking to push up aggressively just yet. But I think Brute Force, they kind of tried to play the approach here of swooping in when there's been quite a bit of damage dealt to the opposing players and teams, then playing a little bit of that cleanup. And that approach could actually serve them quite well pushing through this. But in the meanwhile, as you can see, things are looking to tighten up quite considerably up into what center zone as Quest now start to face off against the side of Slime Machine. The first blow has already been dealt, and Quest quickly managing to patch themselves back up.
I like that. Just a quick peek and prod, a push and play coming through there from Quest Esports, maintaining their numbers, which is really, really going to be important for them. Like we said, they're on the cusp of potentially taking over the overall standings, and this is where they can't be slipping now. Slime Machine, the Silent Assassins, hopefully coming through with a resurgence. It would be fantastic if they could really bring it home in a match like Sanhok. And I mean, in terms of that Sanhok performance, Slime Machine haven't always had the best chances, but maybe this energy in Sanhok, maybe, the pressure is exactly what they need to perform at their best.
I mean, I wouldn't say no to a step up come through from Slime Machine, because so far they've only been able to secure themselves 3 eliminations across the previous 2 Sanhok. So it's about time that we see them look to pop off even more so. In the meanwhile, Vision, they are going to be looking to just fall back into a little bit of safety. Twisted Minds meeting World of Battle head on. A beautiful trade on either side. But we do say goodbye to AZ. The World of Battle now looking pretty battered and bruised. And Crypto, yeah, this is very, very tough. But as we know, Crypto could maybe still clutch this one out. It's all going to depend on how that nade is placed. And there we go. Arthur getting really close to getting hit. But will this follow-up one be the one? And yes, indeed it is. It is now up to Krona, who's going to be looking to put him a little bit more distance on the edge. But Crypto, though, not going to be backing down. You got to watch out for Mohammed, though. We did see what Mohammed is capable of. And, I mean, definitely got to watch out for those plays. So Crypto needs to be very cautious as to how they look to aggress onto the World of Battle here.
All right, let's take a look at this Vita. Ooh, great spray down over towards the World of Battle, and all of a sudden they sort of just left speechless, saying, "What's happening, guys? We just had 3 players up against a full squad of Clear Vision, and now we say goodbye and go back to the lobby in a matter of seconds." That is a brilliant finish coming through from Clear Vision. They definitely cleaned their glasses before coming into the Sanhok.
Yeah, I would say that too. But, you know, I think Crypto is going to be feeling very, very happy with a bit of a save come through on that approach. Good one to try and tell that. But now, right? NIGMA, you see Lord perched on high on Overwatch. Look at to see if they can gather any potential information. But NIGMA taking a surprisingly wide spread. I mean, no other team really looking to do that. So I'm curious to see what the approach is going to be, right? How are they going to be looking to utilize this wide approach coming in towards the zone? Because, I mean, Coop's Freaks, they are so far away from where Lord is. As we can see, Clear Vision, they are looking to push straight up into that direction. So it is going to be quite a bit of pressure now being applied onto Lord, so they need those reinforcements.
Yeah, no, this is a bit of an interesting situation here. Again, I do like the confidence of Nigma that they do have that ability to say, you know what, we can do this. We can absolutely take this split and actually make it work in our favor. It does come with its risks, though. Like, let's be honest, when you're in a 1v4 situation, how are you expected to get out of that? And that's exactly where Lord is very closely putting themselves in. So we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully those rotations will come in very quick and swiftly. Otherwise, we're not too sure what might happen. RTG now, when we take a look at it over towards that eastern side, a rotation coming through from Barn. I'm not too sure if they might head up a little bit closer towards the northern reaches, but we can see Vision now having to make a bit of their own rotation moving in, and they might do so right behind RTG, depending on the timing of it all. So we'll wait and see, taking a look at the map, how that might happen. Steezy also now in their own little bit of a weird situation, just looking like they're trying to get a bit more information over towards the surrounding teams, but very exposed. So hopefully we'll be seeing a regroup happening soon, especially now with Nigma Galaxy pulling on in, just looking for anyone snaking it up in the grasses.
I mean, you have to find that balance, right? Between gathering information, holding a decent position, getting good coverage. There's so many factors that you need to take into consideration. And of course, well, one of the other teams that need to try and play at that is going to be the side here of NASR. As we can see them now just about making entry up in towards zone. We are yet to see Spec and Xenox get themselves situated here, as well as you do have Xenox very, very closely behind Starch and J7. But Brute Force hanging in the wing. Fortunately for NASR, it's only a two-piece that we can see on the front line. But mind Ado, they're not going to be backing out of an opportunity. And of course, they have quite a bit of reinforcements just slightly further away. Neos and Prepod also now just looking to move in and bring up those fortifications. But here we go. As Brute Force get ready to strike, it is going to be Spec, the first one to take a bit of that damage. NASR going to be looking to play the Rage line, but Brute Force looking very, very confident and comfortable within this hardcover.
Brute Force coming through now. Northern reaches. We know they love to move on in from the north, so maybe this is the recipe they were looking for, but they're up against NASR, who have stepped up a whole different level of clinical play today. Let's take a look at it. Start. A bit of a surprise as Neos jumps on up from the grasses. And J7 and Xenox now need to go in for the recover. Neo's still not in a great position. Is going to... Ooh, I like this. Immediately fall on back. They got that numbers advantage. This is a much cleaner play coming through from Brute Force. And you can see they are just applying the pressure now onto NASR.
Well, all that hard work now really starting to pay off. But Spec with a very dirty nade in the window does find Ado in the face. And see what the response and the answer is going to be coming through from the Broody Fruity. As you can see, Mind trying to clear it up, looking to send out all the utility they can find. Of course, also laying down a little bit of smoke. They want that extra layer of safety to be provided. And there we have it. Prepod does find the spray over into Spec. And now this is where things could start to turn in favor of the Brute Force squad. As NASR need to fall back. They don't have the advantage anymore. And, well, it is going to be a hastier retreat as they look to get themselves resituated back into the safety of the zone.
Oh, yeah, look, absolutely you need to do it. What I just love about Brute Force is they do have this fantastic ability to play with the aggression, the push and pull basically of a great engagement. So, I mean, just sending that perfect opportunity there, moving in, finding that initial knock, and then immediately backing off, not giving NASR any opportunity to even try and go for a retaliation there. Exactly what you needed to do. And then just as a united force, absolutely just applying the pressure to NASR, they had to back off. It was just way, way, way too scary of a situation, and it was a perfect play they've coming through from a Brute Force. So it looks like they're the ones now back on the clinical rise. We'll see if that is going to result in a Brute Force win, or if someone else is looking to take it away from them.
Well, we are also yet to see what is going to come in on the edge of zone as the Falcons swoop into the side of NIGMA Galaxy. A very aggressive rotation going through indeed, but now NIGMA taking quite a few hits. Falcons taking quite a bit of beating themselves. It is a very back and forth play between the two squads. But here we go, Axa fighting the spray up into RUKH. It is now up to Lord, and Lord coming through with a beautiful play while Freak tries to get themselves patched up. And with that, the Falcons getting swept under the rug. Off they go. The blue zone also going to be dealing a little bit of devastation, as we can see come through in the feed.
Oh my goodness. You can never just try and predict anything on Sanhok with safety. It always just has to be chaos. It always just has to be wild. But we take a look at it now. Prepod moving on in with the rest of the squad up towards that northern reach. They will have to take this uphill battle up against R8. So once again, R8 get to show us what they're made of. This is so much more aggressive than what we saw on Erangel. This is so much better. Absolutely the energy I've been waiting for from R8.
But where was this R8 when we needed to see it up on Erangel? Now they're going to be looking to make it up. Beautiful hits coming through though. And now we are down to Minds of Brute Force, feeling the brunt of the aggression here as Ida and the rest of the players from R8 look to make up for lost time. Krab with a beautiful shot. And that is it. Brute Force out in 12th place. 3 eliminations to their name, but R8 running off with those eliminations, now sitting on a very comfortable 4, but they are yet to secure themselves a very good position within the zone.
Oh, yeah. Rotations, the name of the game, and unfortunately, it's been incredibly tough for some of our teams here to just get a words in edgewise, but I agree with you, DK. It was this R8 in the previous matchup. I mean, that would have been a completely different story, but hey, we can't relish on the past too long. Have to take a look at what's happening here with Sanhok. Now, RUKH, great position within zone, holding strong. Quest, just sneaking on idly by there towards that western reach. Again, NASR right up ahead of them, so it would be an interesting engagement for them should they wish to take it. I mean, numbers advantage is there for them, so maybe they can turn this one into a potential win. R8 though, that northern reach, DK, and just the reach that they can take a look at for RTG right now, or if they choose so, they could even pick up a little bit of a win against Eugene, who's currently a solo. They could definitely pick up some points here.
Yeah, they definitely could, but it's all going to come down to how determined they are to succeed in that plan. In the meanwhile, it is going to be NIGMA Galaxy now looking to lay on a little bit of pressure towards the side of XENON. You can see Vision getting eliminated. Out they go with 2. Ooh, beautiful work here from RUKH as they do find Marshall. Now, Carryboy, Lazy Lion, having to try and play a little bit of dodge the bullet as RUKH has them under lockdown. It is a 1v2. This could still lean quite heavily in favor of RUKH, but a lot of pressure now riding on their shoulders. And Lazy Lion going to be just tempting fate as he continues to push on forward. The blue zone is going to be dealing absolute devastation, and that is now XENON down to Carryboy. A very challenging play to make, and Carryboy unfortunately doesn't make it. So RUKH lives to fight yet another zone. NASR, Sly, and so many more all starting to drop all over the place. But Quest looking to pick up quite a bit of momentum as they now start to push and look to establish themselves within the zone. But they are going toe-to-toe here with R8 and Ida. I don't know if they are going to be able to survive, but a very quick response. DPS to the face. 1 down, a few more to go, so they could still be hope for R8.
Look, it's a very tough situation here for R8. We do see at least that rotation coming through. Maybe a little bit of time. Oh, if it wasn't for that nade, could have been the opportunity here for R8. Now, all of a sudden, we turn our attention here to the solo from R8 in the midst, in the territory of RTG from this... from the nail to the coffin, it is going to be R8, unfortunately, just absolutely beaten, potentially out of the Sanhok matchup. And now Quest immediately, they have to return their attention over here to RTG. Already 1 knocked, 2 more battered, but not any confirmations just yet.
Ooh, Al-Hajj finding the spray into the side of RTG. Down to Rio they go, but Al-Hajj getting dropped as well. Rio not going to be backing down just yet. But they have no other choice. Croza way off in the distance. Faidan, though, will be presented with the opportunity to bring Al-Hajj back into the fight. But up comes a very sneaky play here from One Shot, laying into the side of RUKH Esports. And it is absolute carnage all across the northern territory of the zone. Quest trying to squeeze themselves back into the zone. Groza quickly trying to make up a little bit of lost ground. But the blue zone has caught them, and I'm not quite sure if they are going to be able to make it out. If they do, it is going to be very close. Meanwhile, Quest looking to expand now, feeling like $100 as they start to take the approach and look to just dominate the zone.
Oh my goodness. You know, we're sitting on like, what's that now? 18 eliminations for Al-Hajj just in today? That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. They were the elimination lead on day number 1. We come back day number 3 and they are just feeling it in a whole different level. But let's take a look at this. RUKH. Quite a bit of a rock and a hard play situation. It is going to be spotting out the head there of One Shot, just narrowly escaping that knock, but a lot of damage now dealt in as they are going toe-to-toe with that zone. A potential here for RUKH just to get one more elimination before they have to deal with RUKH right up ahead of them, or subsequently Quest, who are just feeling this situation. It has to be now. They have to go for this momentum. A few smokes deployed. RUKH and Quest are going head-to-head in the meanwhile. And you can see Al-Hajj actually going down. So that is our elimination maniac, unfortunately, not in a position where they can help out their team.
I mean, Quest still having a phenomenal position here. They can still leverage the heck out of this ground. But let's see, will they be able to find pushes? You can see that HP bar exceptionally low as they now quickly take a moment to try and patch it up. But One Shot also going to be trying to get their share of the carnage as we do say goodbye to RUKH Esports. Now this is the opportunity for Quest to clear out the lobby. One Shot and RUKH are going to be hanging in the wing. But this could be that golden opportunity. Quest sitting with 7 eliminations up. They have all 4 players in the match. RUKH, well, they did finish with an exceptional play. Very high tally. But unfortunately, it couldn't pull them all the way up to that winner chicken dinner. As you can see, One Shot now looking to loosen up the tension here as they do let a few of those utilities fly. One Shot looking on as the flames start to scorch the ground, but still they need to be careful because we've now entered the 9th stage. There's going to be no more zone. It is just pressure.
Absolutely, we have to think about this. I mean, it's Quest versus a 1v1. Only 2 more players standing in their way for picking up that winner chicken dinner. RUKH immediately just going for Kante. But the damage, the flames are here.
Oh, up comes One Shot, getting 2 absolutely devastating hits. It is a 1v1v1 for the winner chicken dinner. Down goes NIGMA. One Shot trying their utmost to see if they can survive, but it is Al-Hajj stepping up to the plate. Down they go, and Quest securing yet another amazing performance. Their first victory right here on the map of Sanhok.
Oh my goodly gracious. What have we just witnessed? It had to come down to 1v1. Are you kidding me? And the fact that we still saw NIGMA Galaxy, I mean, still in the conversation, at least, even if it had to be with a bit of a sneaky play. RUKH stepping up, and then, of course, One Shot. I don't even know how to begin trying to talk about that. I mean, that was incredible.
I mean, Quest getting a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. Remember I asked you in the beginning of the day, are we going to have one team getting back-to-back winner chicken dinners, or potentially even just more than one chicken? Well, now we can say without a question of a doubt, the answer to that is yes. Quest being the team to rise up to the challenge, just locking it in and just absolutely obliterating the opposition. I mean, they finished the previous match, right? Back in Erangel, they finished it with 12 eliminations. Let's take a look at what they were able to secure coming into this one. Again, hitting those double digits.
I mean, just absolutely well deserved. There really was... I didn't have a doubt in my mind that Quest were going to take this win when we were looming in on that overview with a 4v1v1. Surely, and I would have been more worried if they lost it. Let's put it that way. But it still had to come down to Al-Hajj clutching it out, and I can't wait to see the end of the day MVP, because just off of this one match alone, just off of their performance today, they have once again made a statement that RUKH is not here to play. They are here to win alongside their team. But let's take a look at the second page to see how it ended up. A few... Actually, not as many donuts as you would expect. Only Twisted Minds really, unfortunately, not having the match that they were looking for. A much better showing as well from the likes of Sly Machine. Even Brute Force, there was a little bit of that resurgence of energy. I mean, that one play that they had, just making sure that they weren't giving up anything for free, and a nice, real clinical execution. But it didn't quite translate in the placement points.
It's unfortunate. That's just sometimes, you know, how the cookie crumbles. And as we know, we got to take a look and see exactly who did what. And no surprise to see RUKH coming through with the most eliminations, and very well deserved. I think this is the reign of RUKH, right? Today, day number 3, this is RUKH day.
I mean, 10 eliminations for Quest Esports, and 7 of them are from single player. Absolutely, it's the reign of RUKH. Like I said, they are here to play. They are here to play. But also, just having to give a big shout out there to One Shot. Massive, almost clutch there towards the end. It could have really gone either way with those shotgun connections. But Rio as well from RTG, a lot of traveling as well for J7. But wow, what a Sanhok. And I mean, it's really good to see that we're still keeping into that theme of Sanhok being that match where the teams start to just get some energy back, start to get some momentum. Everyone is going to try and get a piece of the action, and almost everyone did. We nearly had an entire lobby at least picking up 1 point.
Yeah, and I mean, this is an absolutely insane performance. I mean, starting at the beginning of the match, we said that Quest were the strongest team when it comes to the map of Sanhok. Right now, they just look to solidify that even more, stepping up, getting themselves that well-deserved winner chicken dinner. Insane performance. 26 eliminations, 45 total points that they've been able to secure just here. But now this performance, this consistent play, this back-to-back winner chicken dinner coming through from Quest, I mean, it's causing a few upsets, Eds.
I mean, absolutely well-deserved upsets, and it's about time. Like we said, moving into this matchup, we had said they've been the best performer today. We went to their best map statistically. It all has just been going the way of Quest Esports, and it's so well-deserved. Again, after this matchup, we're going to see an overall rankings that's going to be looking very, very different. Whether or not that's going to be the same card we have at the end of the next Erangel and at the end of that last Miramar is yet to be seen. I just need Quest Esports to bring this dominating force over to those 2 maps, and then I'm convinced. I am a believer.
Well, be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you wish for, because, you know, something might happen. We don't know what's going to happen, but based on what we've been seeing so far today, nothing is outside the realm of possibility. And as you said, you got to give mad respect to One Shot, because it was at this point that I started to become quite nervous for Quest, because I mean, One Shot just dealing those blows with the shotty, that was pretty dang scary. But mad respect going out to them nonetheless, and of course mad praises going out to the side of Quest as well. On that, we are going to be taking a very quick break. We'll be right back with match number 5, so be sure to stay tuned and don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready to move into match number 5. We are going to be stepping our feet back onto a little bit of that Erangel flavor. But before we get there, let's just look at the absolute insanity that we had erupting in this last game, right? Of course, we had RUKH and One Shot stepping up to the final showdown for that winner-winner chicken dinner.
Oof, it was so close. I mean, One Shot literally was just, well, one shot away from taking that entire game away from the likes of Quest Esports. And it came down to, unfortunately, a 1v1 to our elimination leader for the day. So it was quite an uphill battle, but I think they did very well in the face of adversity. Of course, we know that does mean, though, that there has been quite a bit of a shake on the overall standings. Now, with Quest Esports laying down the law, it does mean we say goodbye to Brute Force as our poll leaders for the day. So if they want to get back into this DK, this Erangel, which happens to be one of their best maps, has to be absolutely clutch.
Yes, it has to be absolutely clutch. And, you know, as we were discussing it, you know, before hopping back off, you know, or as we were discussing during the break, rather. Wow.
English is great.
Yes. Brute Force, if they want to climb back up, they're really going to have to bring it. You know, they are sitting with a 10-point gap between themselves and the side there of Quest. But Quest, I mean, they've just been bringing it in today, right? They've slowly and surely started to build up that momentum. And currently they find themselves only 22 points behind Brute Force when it comes to the map of Erangel. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on for Brute Force to see whether or not they can pick it up and maintain any form of consistency pushing through the rest of the day. But as we know, at least Erangel, Miramar, those are decent maps when it comes to the side of the Broody Fruity. So who knows? Maybe they might be able to, you know, get poppin'. But speaking about popping, there also still needs to be quite a bit that has to come through from that second page, as well as we did see, again, not a lot of points separating any of our teams, right? The biggest gaps that we have is between 4th and 3rd place, and then, of course, also between 14th and 13th. Everybody else in between those two spaces are sitting on single-digit gaps, right? So anything can happen coming through the remaining 2 matches here of today. And, of course, obviously, the sooner it happens, the more satisfied the teams will be, rather, with having those plays. Of course, there we have the leaderboard on the side of the screen. NASR also now joining us on a century.
Absolutely, and I mean, again, a very good showing from NASR today. They've had a very decent performance. I feel like it did seem to fall down compared to you know, just the first couple of matches we saw, but we're back onto Erangel. It's been a great showing so far from them, and they actually are second best team when it comes to Erangel. Of course, that first team being Brute Force. So the 2 teams we need them to step up is well, it's a very stark reminder that if they don't make it happen on this Erangel, it might not happen. It's not impossible, let's be honest, but this is both for Brute Force and NASR their best opportunity on the map of Erangel, the last Erangel of the day, to make something happen.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. If they ever wanted an Erangel to provide them with the opportunity they need, well, this is the one, right? This is the one. In the meanwhile, well, we will have our zone centering up on towards RUKH. So GEEKAY, the World of Battle, are going to be finding themselves in a very happy position. But if you remember yesterday, we did have also around about game number 5, right? This is a very similar zone to what we had just yesterday.
What how is this happening? For real now, I am starting to get very suspicious of these maps. We cannot be having these back to back just copy paste maps. How is this? I don't understand. I've never had this happen, DK. Have you?
Yes, sir.
No, man, this is
Yes, sir. Yes,
this
sir.
is silly. This is so silly. But hey, it's yeah. Look, what we've had today in terms of the trend, we've had an initial starting zone that's been a copy paste, but then immediately we go to basically the opposite side in the next shift. So whether or not that's going to happen here, I'm not too sure. What I'm really concerned about is those 2 red dots next to Twisted Minds, guys. What's going on here? No. We can't have this happen. Please, why?
Well, I don't know. Maybe they got their wires twisted.
You did that on purpose.
Yeah, it could be so many different things, right? But as you can see, Dummy and Crypto, they are quite some ways off from trying to defend their teammates. So Tapok might as well just go ahead and, you know, get those plays secured. It is going to be down to Dummy and Crypto to carry the name of Twisted forward into this match. But again, not the kind of start that they would have wanted to see come through into our final Erangel. And now with Dami exposed up on the ridge, it is going to be an absolutely pinpoint accurate spray coming through from Tapok. You gotta love the accuracy. But fortunately for Dami, the ridge line does provide a little bit of a saving grace. And now comes the hard work, because Twisted need to find the next possible position to get themselves situated in.
Absolutely. So, I mean, yeah. I'm going to just cry on the side for Twisted Minds, but it's fine. My heart will survive. AZ, unfortunately, will not. So, we move on to take a look at what's happening into that zone. That just seems to be a continuous copy-paste, because let's just have me lose my brain cells, which is fine. That's also okay. All is welcome in this wild world of PUBG Mobile. Moving into this one, R8 Esports, they showed us a glimpse of some of that aggression over towards Sanhok. It was a really good start. And again, we are coming back to an opportunity for them to showcase what they've learned, to showcase that they can bring in that aggression. And in terms of the last two matches alone, they have been so well zone blessed. I mean, we saw that match on Erangel coming back onto Sanhok. They also had a couple of phases that were just looking so good for them. So if they still have this insane luck moving into this Erangel and they can just tie it in with a little bit of that aggression, then we could be seeing a winning formula for R8.
We could potentially, but definitely they're going to have to manage their opportunities a lot more. Because as we saw them, they were so well placed in the previous Erangel, having a beautiful position, but they didn't make much with that, right? So we want to see that now go a little bit further, have them have a lot more of a successful run and really utilizing everything being made available to them. So yeah, let's hope that is going to be what we will have happening. In the meanwhile, we do see Quest now also starting to trickle their way on through as they go about their business up in towards Gatka. Fortunately for them, we don't really have anyone in the vicinity. So Kante is going to look to scout things out a little bit more. But you got to be careful, because if you push a little bit too far all the way up in towards Pachinki, well, NIGMA, they are going to look to heat things up quite a bit.
It would be quite a bit of fun if NIGMA decide to start heating things up. We saw some of that aggression towards the end of yesterday's matches as well, mostly on towards Miramar, that they really picked up their confidence again. So who knows? I mean, Coops is out in the open, just scouting away. No fear in this man. No fear whatsoever. Already one elimination to the name. They're happy to continue. They've met up with RUKH now. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. Over towards the military base island, though, we still have the likes of Virtual Gaming. Of course, Twisted Minds, unfortunately, are in a very different situation, understandably so. And Brute Force coming through, of course, from Yasnaya Poliano to meet up with GEEKAY Esports. And GEEKAY, well, this is going to be ironic, but DK, I want to talk to you about GEEKAY. How do you think they can change it up moving into this Erangel matchup? Like, is there something that you've seen that has been the main issue? For me, it's mostly just been the final positions that they've been taking up. We constantly see them in those sandwich positions from those later rotations, and that, for me, has been one of their main factors that's been just taking them out, because, unfortunately, you know, when you're in a third-party fight, you don't really have any advantages going your way.
I think it could be maybe a little bit of a ADOS.
ADOS?
Yeah, ADOS. Attention deficit. Ooh, shiny. Right. Now, what that means is you can see they come in with intention. And that is something that is pretty prominent when it comes to GEEKAY, right? They move in with a lot of intention. You can see the determination is there. But I think sometimes where it goes a little bit downhill is they are sometimes a little bit too committed, or maybe a little bit too tunnel visioned onto that one particular approach. Right, when you move into challenging situations like they find themselves in on a consistently basis, you need to try and expand, right? Even though you're focused on what you're trying to achieve, there's nothing wrong with that, but you got to keep your head on a swivel still all at the same time. And I think that is maybe something where they might maybe have to, you know, take a little bit of a look at that as well.
Yeah, I can get what you mean there. It might be also tying into those rotations. So I mean, even though they might be on a good pathing, maybe getting distracted or a little bit too over eager with a potential engagement, and then wasting too much time, and then yeah, well, we know how that went. So, all right, let's keep an eye on it. Let's see if a GK can actually step it up this time around. Virtual Gaming hopefully also will not be making the same devastating decision this time around. Well, they don't have the choice because no one's here to block them on the bridge rotation other than RTG, but hopefully they can avoid them nice and smooth and once again get themselves into a zone, into a playful opportunity to take this Erangel. Zone closing up, and hey, a little bit of love towards Yasnaya.
And NASR. So they're going to be quite happy about this one as they don't really have to move too much. But it is going to be a very testing position indeed. As you can see, essentially the entirety of the lobby all situated over on towards this western front. And I think the sooner the teams can get themselves dispersed, like NASR is now attempting, trying to get themselves a little bit more on towards that eastern side, I think that it would help in alleviating a little bit of the pressure because, again, very, very difficult options when it comes to the western side of this current zone.
Very limited options indeed. I mean, especially when we take a look at the fact that we've got like, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? 9 teams, rough, maybe another 2 on top that needs to come through from the western side. So more than half of our lobby is in an unfortunate position now where they have to fight shoulder to shoulder just to get themselves into a safe pathing here. We can see the likes of GEEKAY as well. Immediate notice there over towards the world of battle, choosing immediately rather to opt on out, which I really like. Let's keep GEEKAY alive, let's keep the dream alive and see what they can bring into this Erangel.
Yeah, so far so good. See what their end destination will be. So far, Sly taking beautiful occupancy of the compounds here. And for Sly, this is a beautiful setup, right? They can really apply quite a bit of heat as we have essentially the entire lobby moving up from the edge of zone. A little bit of bumper car play coming through there as well. But R8, yeah, crashing down. We do see Ida getting ended. SK now yet to try and rotate up. Kra and Prestige already making that push much further on, and it does seem like they are going to be looking to get themselves established up in towards Yasnaya. But again, well, they're going to have to fend off quite a few other teams, right? We got XENON in pretty close proximity. RUKH, of course, now going to be looking to rotate up from this western front as well. So many options, right? So many different ways that this all can play out.
Absolutely, but let's see what is going to likely be the first candidate. We still got 16 teams up, raising their flags, looking for this last win on Erangel. Nice little bit of a rotation here for Virtual Gaming. Just interestingly enough, it will be behind NIGMA Galaxy, and of course you can see RTG in the distance as well. So there is a bit of a potential engagement there. Vision, late rotation just behind the likes of RUKH, who also had a very tough showing there over towards Sanhok. At one stage, I was very convinced that it was going to go over towards them. So they also want to get a little bit of that momentum back. Feel good about themselves moving into this next matchup. Brute Force, smack bam center of this collision between, of course, R8, RUKH, potentially Vision as well. So for the team that we know that is gunning to get their pole position back, this is going to be quite a bit of a challenge. But at least the zone is helping them out in a slight little way.
Yeah, I don't think Brute Force are going to be saying no to the zone, still looking favorably down upon them. And in the meanwhile, it's going to be RUKH, Vision, trying to figure out how they're going to look to play this one. Are we going to be seeing a little bit of an engagement? I think at this point, the best call would be for Vision to try and get themselves out of the situation and rotate it back into a little bit of safety, because tanking blue zone, I mean, sure, you might feel, you know, a little bit brave or a little bit emboldened, but at the end of the day, it's not going to bode all too well. So it does seem like RUKH and Vision, both teams are going to be disengaging, heading in their own respective directions. In the meanwhile, the Broody Fruities, they are going to be looking to get themselves poached up in towards Yasnaya Polyana. Meanwhile, GEEKAY, well, they are going to be looking to go bowling.
I've been waiting for a few of your puns today, so that was not one of the like out of all of the ones that have been set up today, that was not one I was expecting. So well done to you. A very interesting setup today. Falcons now moving on in as well. RTG suddenly with a bit of a shock to the system as they are immediately taken down to only 2 apiece. Teak now holding on for dear life, trying to get a bit of action into the swing of things, but Rio and Groza, they are going to be making this as difficult as they possibly can here for Puncher King. Those HP bars not looking too good.
Well, let's see whether or not those HP bars are going to be looking to improve it anytime soon now. Oh, Rio! No, no, no! Down they go. As Puncher King puts the crown on and off they go. They get the play, they get the finish. But they're not out of the woods just yet, right? Still need to find themselves a little bit of the Groza. This is not one of those Grozas that you are going to be finding in a loot drop. Instead, you're going to have to contest against it out in the open field. But up comes Falcons. They are ready for the action. Beautiful strafing, and there they go. They do find the finishing blows, and that, of course, then is going to be absolute devastation dealt to the side of RTG.
Well, I mean, just looking at the way that Falcons jumped into that altercation, I mean, like we said, it was a shock to the system there for RTG. They blink and then bam, there's 2 down on the ground. Now they're having to try and pick up the pieces, try and get back into the action. It's just way too much in such a short amount of time to realistically expect them to really recuperate from that one. But hey, you take a look at this. Falcons now with a bit of a rotation. As you can see, a very split approach, unfortunately, due to all of that action. We've got Puncher King in the Valley of Dooms in between two split from NIGMA Galaxy here. So hopefully they will be able to rotate back, get regrouped with their team. Looks like they'll even go through the blue zone just to make it happen, which I appreciate. And we move on into a bit more of a centralized zone. And DK, we know this area very well. We know for a fact that the teams are not going to be enjoying this area.
No, not so much, because, you know, there's a whole lot of hey, that's about to potentially come on through here, especially if that zone keeps on pulling over towards the western side. But you can see the world of battle. They are trying to scurry themselves back into a little bit of cover as they now do take possession of the Wizard Tower, but Al-Hajj tries to contest. Unfortunately, Arthur is going to deny them any of that hope and dreams, as they do crush at least that initial play. The rest of Quest now going to be keeping their distance. They're going to have to find a bit of an alternative way to get themselves situated. And, well, this is now going to be go time, because we can see still a lot of teams positioned up ahead, but we've also said goodbye to so many others.
It's going to be such a difficult situation here. Oh, Vision also just feeling all of that pain now, thanks to Push. A great spray down to award them those 2 eliminations. And as we get back into reality, we take a look at, like you said, the wonderful hey that's about to go down, and the wonderful lack of cover. At least a couple of ridge lines in place, like the one we can see here for GK. And I like this position for them. A great opportunity potentially to get a few extra eliminations. They can gatekeep Quest, and maybe they can start to really bolster themselves.
Well, as we know, when you go out bowling, right, there's only one thing that could assist you here and help you is information. And that is exactly what Santa is going to be looking for as they just dip from one bowl into the next. But again, a very challenging position here. A lot of pressure riding on the shoulders here for GK. Looking to see if they can actually push that position to the next level. Speaking of pushing, though, that is exactly what NIGMA Galaxy are going to be looking to do down on towards the southern edge. They have a position on towards Virtual and even potentially far down onto the side of Clear Vision. But the immediate threat is going to come through here from Fares, as we do see Raouf quickly and swiftly dealing with them.
Oh, such a difficult position. But let's take a look at this virtual gaming now. They've already fixed their mistakes from the previous military-based rotation, and now they're up against the likes of NIGMA Galaxy, who, as we've been seeing, has had that resurgence in confidence. So, unfortunately, this is not really where you want to be. But rotations out into the rest of the zone are not going to be a slice of cake either. Clear Vision even feeling the brunt of the action here, as Kante somehow, someway, as a solo, is applying some pressure here. A little bit of damage here, a little bit of potential there. Ooh, and nearly a headshot to take it all to the end. But we'll have to wait and see if Quest can actually get themselves out of this, if Kante can actually survive.
It's going to be a pretty tough play for Kante. Yeah, so much so that they will get sent back. And now it opens up the opportunity for the rest of the teams here as we are left with 11. But up comes Raouf. Also now going to be looking to test the waters as they rush forward. But Virtual Gaming Squad, they're not going to stick around to see what the eventuality will be. Meanwhile, Virtual Gaming pushing upwards and onwards right now, looking for a position close towards center zone. And their position is marked by this loot crate. So definitely got to keep their eyes about them. As you can see, NASR and everyone else getting themselves primed and ready to roll. So much of a jump is about to come on through. But again, right, a little bit of congestion starting to develop over on towards that southern edge. So we did see a slight shift come through from the zone. But look at this, clear vision. They're trying to play out that 2020 vision. And things so far not exactly going according to plan.
Oh, we'll have to see. Maybe they can just, you know, clean up those glasses again and bring a whole different kind of game. We'll have to wait and see. Virtual Gaming, yeah, look for your Foz and Co right now in the middle with that care package. It just spells danger. It's like putting a target on your back and just waiting for the teams to attack. Speaking of GK, like we said, our former Spring MEA Championships, I just need them to have a great opening here. Unfortunately, it'd have to be against the likes of Sly Machine, my Silent Assassins. So either way, my heart is going to be hurting after this one.
Well, let's see whether or not they can maybe get a bit of a play. I mean, this could swing either which way, right? Either GK or Sly Machine. But Alamo, not the easiest position to fight, especially seeing that the blue zone is going to be hot on their heels. A very, very tough spot to contest, but let's see whether or not GK will have the determination. Oh, to lock it in. Steezy getting double timed. 13 even sending one in, finding a little bit of a self-nade onto their teammate. And this is not the kind of play that Sly are going to be looking to get. So this could potentially still lean in favor here of GK. But nothing has been written down just yet. Nothing is a given. We do have quite a few finishing blows getting dealt, and that is it. Signed, sealed, delivered. Sly are right out of here, and GK walk away with the eliminations.
Let's see. Okay, well, I mean, it is, like I said, it's. I really did want them to step up, but I didn't want them to do it against Sly Machine of all teams. Why? But it's fine. I'm gonna go cry later on, but let's take a look at this. NIGMA Galaxy reigning in for the cleanup here, unfortunately, at the expense of GK. Gate going down now as well to the likes of the World of Battle. And almost immediately, we only look towards Ragnar, who also just barely gets into zone before getting taken out. So GK will be sent back into the lobby with only 4 eliminations. All of a sudden, though, it's Clear Vision and NIGMA Galaxy, who we really have to keep our sights on.
Well, here comes the play, though. Coops trying to see if they can reach all the way in. That nade getting close, but not close enough. A quick reposition as Clear Vision know what is at stake here. Really going to try and keep themselves in this match as best they can. Lord is down, but this could be a great opportunity to bring NIGMA back onto 4 as Van Kid is the next one to fall. Down goes a one-shot. Focus now, having the pressure on their shoulders. And this is exactly the kind of opportunity that NIGMA have been waiting for. As they do now, get ready to jump on forward. One shot. Oh, does not get taken down. Instead, it is Focus laying into the side of the one and only NIGMA Galaxy. Absolute insane performances. But NIGMA now down to a 2-piece. Clear Vision getting sent away with 3 eliminations. And here we go. Let's see. Will they maybe get some kind of safety? As NIGMA, they found a little bit of success, but they are far from done.
Oh, what a way to just take a look at the end of this rank. Look, it's expected. As soon as we got to this position, I waited for chaos. And unfortunately, it is going to be at the expense of so many great teams that have done so well to get to this point. Still keeping an eye out vigilantly on the likes of Virtual Gaming, still in center holding that care package. A little bit afraid of the rotations to come in. RUKH, of course, joining them. Very close in center. R8, a nice little bit of a peek across over towards Brute Force. That is the 2 teams that we have trying to fight for supremacy of this northern side before heading into center. And again, for R8, if they could get to this these next couple of eliminations against Brute Force, it's really going to open up this Erangel match for them.
Well, it could open up the match for them, but you know what could also open up is that position coming through for RUKH. Right. just patiently awaiting any kind of push, trying to find the angles here, but the Broody Fruity is also now still having to make up quite a bit of ground. They could look to apply it into the side there of Prestige. As you can see, Neo's very patiently awaiting some kind of angle, and down south, Lord Freak having to fight their own battles, as they will have to deal with a few reses here and there. The World of Battle also now being dealt quite a bit of a tough hand. But again, nothing looking to loosen up, right? Virtual Gaming Squad also just hanging on by a slither as they've been able to get themselves situated up in center zone, but that is going to be it. The World of Battle now will meet their end as the sprays have been locked in. Out they go, 4 eliminations up. RUKH presented with a bit of an opportunity to see if they can will potentially contest against R8, looking to get themselves situated up into the zone.
Oh, so much damage now just being sent in the direction there of RUKH Esports. They are feeling the action. Like we said, the very tough situation, a very tough area to now deal with. A couple of rotations heading in. Brute Force also looking for that opportunity. Just behind RUKH, they can smell blood. They can smell an opportunity here to pick up some great eliminations.
Well, here comes the push now. Brute Force trying to absolutely bombard their way on through. Fair trade either which way. It's now down to Eugene. You can see that HP bar starting to dip quite low, but up comes the hits though, as it is SK Ton to land the final blow, and with that, RUKH Esports getting ended in 6th position. Pretty Fruities now having the opportunity to quickly patch themselves back up, to bring themselves back into full form, but it is not looking easy. As you can see, XENON also starting with their own expanse down towards that southern side of the zone. NASR, great opportunity here for them. Could look to come through with a bit of a third party and have their way with the Brute Force team.
This roller coaster of emotions, DK, is not okay. Even NIGMA now being taken out by just a single wonderful grenade. Well, a couple more to follow through afterwards, but hey. Oh my goodness, I can't. This is a roller coaster. We center on out into the middle of nowhere while we take a look at Brute Force and R8 once again going head to head. A great effort coming through from R8 to try and stay alive, but they will go down as our top 4 team with a few 3 eliminations to the tally. And now it is XENON with a full squad up against the 3 from both NASR and Brute Force. Who could be taking this?
It is going to be a very, very tough play indeed. As we know, NASR, they've had winner-winner chicken dinners. Brute Force, they've had a winner-winner chicken dinner, so it's going to be a very contentious play up onto the edge here. But we are yet to see XENON succeed. They are yet to find themselves a winner-winner chicken dinner on Erangel. And now taking aim on towards 8-0 could help and alleviate quite a bit of the pressure, more specifically over towards this northern edge of zone. We'll look at the action here. NASR going to be looking to jump at the opportunity as they too catch a little bit of a sniff in the wind. They start to move on forward. They can hear the noise being made off in the distance, and Lazy Lion getting dropped right down onto their knees. Now it's up to Neos and Mind to defend the honor here for the Brute Force team to see if they too can make it into that winner-winner chicken dinner. The odds looking pretty even across the board as it is a 3v3v2, but no one really having the favorable advantage at this point.
I mean, also just taking a look at the sheer action that these teams have been bringing to the fruition, it's been NASR that's been the most aggressive. I mean, XENON have been pretty passive in all comparisons. I mean, they're also sitting there up with 4 eliminations tied with Brute Force. So this is now basically the winner takes all. The team here that steps on up, the team here that really capitalizes, will be an absolute champion and will be smiling from ear to ear with points reigning to next Tuesday. So let's take a look at this. NASR moving on in from that northern reach. Brute Force now having to make an approach to try and stop them from taking control of the zone, because they are just forcing both of Brute Force and XENON into an unlikely corner.
Well, for either NASR or XENON, this could be their opportunity to get themselves back into the top 4. But where will this go? How will this end? Brute Force, the only team out of the remaining 3 that are situated well within that top 4 position. But now up comes the push. Reno finding the hit. Never mind, it's Mind as they do find the play onto Spec. NASR now down to a 2-piece. It's going to be Xenox and J7 trying to survive, but it's going to be XENON with the absolute sheer number advantage, looking to just obliterate any opposition they have, and an absolutely phenomenal nade coming through from Marshall, and that is it. Devastation getting dealt into the side of NASR. J7 trying everything they have to survive, trying everything they have to maneuver their way through the contention coming in from the XENON side. So far, Marshall getting dropped to their knees, still a 3-piece, looking to contest here as the tables start to get evened. But still, XENON having quite a bit of work to do. If they have their eyes set on that winner chicken dinner, they will have to absolutely just overpower what is left in this lobby.
Brute Force now quite a split approach, trying to just get some information, a line of sight into this action and take control of the zone as much as humanly possible. XENON now with a bit of a drive through right behind Mind, a perfect angle to take them out for the count. Brute Force all of a sudden in a matter of moments relegated down to 2 players up against 3 of XENON, who have the perfect line of sight, the perfect placement, and unfortunately a car in the face.
Oh, it is a 2v2 fight to the finish. Brute Force, they know exactly what they're doing here. XENON, this could be their first opportunity, and they are going to try everything to get their hands on that winner chicken dinner. They want to return back to 4th. NASR doing a phenomenal job, but unfortunately, they will have to settle for 3rd place. But here comes the push, the play now. Brute Force trying to keep themselves out of harm's reach. But XENON, they still have an opportunity to get themselves back onto 3 players, right? They are going to try and pull off this res. And if they bring Carry Boy back into the fight, this could be exactly what XENON needs to follow through. But Ado, Neos, no strangers to a slight bit of a challenge here. But we've now hit that 9th stage. The blue zone is going to start to move on forward. Lazy Lion, Senkei, looking to get themselves situated in center zone. Great sprays coming through here from Neos. But again, they're going to have to find more than sprays. They will need to convert those sprays into knocks. And Carry Boy, better watch it. But up comes the blue zone. XENON, they have no other choice. They have to push on forward. And it's going to put them at the mercy of the Brute Force team. 2 players already down. Senkei super low on HP. But up comes the plays, the push. Now, will the Brute Force team be able to reclaim it? And yes, they do. They pick up yet another winner chicken dinner. And XENON will get denied. Absolutely phenomenal play coming through there from XENON. They pushed so exceptionally hard, but unfortunately, Brute Force, man, they just outpositioned them.
Well, like we said, moving into this matchup, this is Brute Force's best map. This was their best opportunity to clap back at Quest Esports to regain, potentially, their pole position. I'm not going to do, you can do math for me, but we'll take a look at the overall rankings a little bit later on. Either way, have to say congratulations to Brute Force. They had to fight some of the hardest battles into that final zone. They didn't really have anything going for them, starting off with that number advantage. I mean, XENON's push there with the vehicle rotation, getting that knock onto Mind, everything was going the way of XENON up until these individuals in the form of Neos and Mind step up and they clutch it out for Brute Force.
I mean, it's just so devastating to look at, right? XENON coming so close to getting that victory. But, you know, valiant effort being brought through from the side there of XENON regardless. NIGMA Galaxy also, absolutely amazing play, finishing very strong with those 10 eliminations. You can see, dealing very similar damage to both XENON and the side of NASR.
It's been an incredible showing. This is definitely a way to end off an Erangel, but it was, yeah, as you mentioned, it was devastating because especially for the likes of XENON moving into that final matchup, we had so many teams also within those final reaches of the zone who looked like they were going to be the ones to pull through that winner chicken dinner. But those final moments, those final split-second decisions that make it all count. So I have to give it up to Brute Force. It was a really good clutch from them.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to falter here. Everything was exactly the way it was supposed to. I mean, XENON tried their hardest, right? They tried everything that they could muster. NASR also bringing an absolutely exceptional performance. Let's take a look and see exactly what the points are. Brute Force ending on a glorious 20 points. NIGMA coming through on 13, and NASR hard on their heels with 13, and then, of course, followed by XENON.
1-1-1-1. I mean, just look how close it was. And again, this just goes to reiterate the fact that we were talking about how exceptional that clutch from Brute Force was, because it really could easily have shifted towards anyone in those final few moments. I mean, The aggression was there from NIGMA. Just the double tie with those eliminations. Just absolutely great job to all the teams. Either way, some great points that they'll be adding to the overall tally. So everyone should be relatively smiling. But let's go take a look at those highlights. It was a violent and exciting Erangel matchup and a really good showing from the teams. I mean, the fact that we've seen so many changes almost immediately from map to map to map. I mean, again, just to highlight Virtual Gaming, ensuring that the same issue on the military base island did not occur again, ensuring that they got themselves into such a better standing, and then Quest just with that slide in. Oh, it was beautiful.
Oh, I mean, like, I want to have that one clip. It's just such an amazing play coming through. But yeah, I gotta agree with you. This has been a very, very aggressive Erangel. I mean, sure, all the matches that we are watching in PUBG, they are obviously all, aggressive because that's kind of just the way the game works. But this one was a little bit over and above, right? As we did see those damage markers also sitting exceptionally high and very balanced, especially looking at our top 5 teams there. But some phenomenal works, a pretty challenging zone to try and contest through, and the teams not bowing out of the challenge, keeping their heads up, just pushing as best they could. And I mean, you even got to give it up to XENON, right? Trying to make a bit of an upset, but just getting doubled down on. And this is where I was so surprised that XENON weren't able to convert this into a victory, because they came so close to flushing out the Brute Force team.
Even this moment here with NASR, I mean, just the fight to the finish. Again, Marshall going down, an immediate turnaround, and then the confidence you need to have taken that vehicle rotation to grab that elimination over towards Mind, and then still go up against the likes of Brute Force in those final few moments. Oh, it was tough.
Yeah, but mad respect though going out to XENON, because regardless of what happens to them, they just keep on trying. They don't back down, and I have mad respect for that. But of course, well, we got to see what the teams are going to be doing in our final match of the day. So match number 6 just around the corner, and of course we'll see you right back after the break.
It's time to upgrade your PUBG mobile outfits. Join free daily cups for solo, duo or squads. Win Faceit points. Exchange for PUBG Mobile UC. To customize your account, join Faceit today and earn rewards. Try for free at faceit.com/PUBG Mobile.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to move into our final match. Match number 6. We've been seeing so many upsets come through from our teams all over the place. I mean, we've seen, teams rising up, right? Quest getting 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners. Absolutely insane performance. But of course, we've seen even more insane performances come through. I mean, even NIGMA, right? NIGMA also finding a little bit of that magic sauce. So we did see them end up on double-digit eliminations.
I mean, it was an incredible showing from NIGMA Galaxy. And again, moving into this matchup, right? They had 23 total points earned for the day. So, I mean, just moving into this matchup, they nearly, basically got all of their day points in a single matchup. So, an incredible showing from them to really just showcase why they deserve to get a little bit of love. This is why they have been crowned before, the absolute amazing players that they are, the Arabian Kings, so to speak. And just absolutely have to give it up to them. It's also nice to showcase a little bit of Coops doing what Coops does best. So nice little bit of a shout out. We know there's a lot of fans of Coops in the chat. So moving into this next matchup into Miramar, the question now has to stand, who are we looking at? We've had Quest step up, we've had Brute Force come back up. We can go take a look at our top performers from Miramar to try and guess, but even these stats, they don't paint the whole picture.
Yeah, they don't paint the entire picture, but you got to give it to RUKH. They've been the team to secure the most consistent placement points when it comes to the map of Miramar. So we might be having another treat come through from the side of RUKH Esports, right? 22 placement points. It's leaning in their favor. Quest, however, the most aggressive team, sitting with a grand total of 34 eliminations that they've been able to secure so far. RTG, NIGMA, Broody Fruities, Brute Force, all looking pretty proficient, but we are yet to see Road to Glory and Brute Force secure themselves a victory on Miramar.
Yeah, it's been a very close, it's been a semi-consistent map for Brute Force. I mean, it's not as consistent as what we see them playing on the likes of Erangel. I mean, if you talk about the total points, it's 94 points that they would be garnering on Erangel, obviously with more maps. And then, compared to the 37 on average in terms of percentage to map ratio, it hasn't been as successful for them, but it has been one of their more consistent maps. And thankfully, to that last Erangel, they managed to regain their position in that poll, #1 spot in the overall ranking. So Miramar could just be a way for them to widen that gap to get themselves ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be the finals. Tomorrow's the last day that any and every team have. So you can bet yourself it is going to be a chaotic matchup. So whatever points, whatever cushioning a team can get moving into this Miramar, it is going to serve them so incredibly well.
Yeah, it is going to be a very, very scary play. As you've said now, there's so much pressure riding on the shoulders here for everybody. I mean, RTG, this could also be the opportunity to get their foot up in the top 4s. We can see they're only trailing by 5 points. That is a very easily accomplishable goal for a map like this, right? Moving into the very last game of the day.
Absolutely.
But they're also going to have to contest against everything else that the rest of the lobby will have for them. But yeah, I agree with you. This is a golden opportunity for Brute Force to try and widen that gap. Again, Quest, they could look to play a bit of an upset, right? They could look to maybe, ride the storm and again contest Brute Force for pole position. I mean, there's so many different stories that we can look to lean towards here to see where exactly these teams could be looking to take it. But who knows? We might even have XENON deciding that, Miramar, this is going to be the one in which they score themselves a winner chicken dinner.
Oof. But before we even get to just think about anything other than what is right on our screens right here, Virtual Gaming, Vision, Esports, finding one another into a bit of a hot job. One we haven't yet been able to see on the likes of Miramar.
Well, let's see whether or not Virtual Gaming Squad will be able to survive the push. Oh, nicely played, though. As a Vision, well, they have been sent right back to the optometrist because, unfortunately, things didn't pan out as they would have hoped. But this is quite surprising because, I mean, Vision, they've been performing quite decently when it comes to the map of Miramar. But, if you hot drop early game, if you just happen to contest the position with another team, stats essentially go out the window, right? It is just go time.
It's also, though, if you consider how Vision have been doing well on the map of Miramar, the reason they've been doing well is because they've been one of the teams to to play in the most passive tactical way ever. I mean, they do the slow rotations. They stick to the outskirts. They like to play things a little bit slower. They like to get proper loot before they even consider taking an engagement, which, again, it's perfectly fine a strategy if that's what your team does best. But in a situation like this, where you're going up against Virtual Gaming, who's just been getting hot dropped pretty much the entirety of today, then yes, you're going to be going up against a more experienced team in terms of that specific situation. So, unfortunate, but it's okay. We still have a whole day tomorrow. Talking about this matchup, though, I also have a very important question because it's the last match of the day. We know when we finish this one, we have to crown our MVP for today. Obviously, the topic of discussion has been RUKH, who has been unfortunately missing out on the crown of an MVP due to the lack of damage numbers, even though they've been the highest elimination count player. But going into this matchup, they have the highest damage, I think it's about 8.2k, and they have the highest elimination count, unsurprisingly, with 21, just for today. So do you think there is someone who can challenge them? Do you think there is someone who can stop the reign of RUKH?
No, not for today. RUKH needs to get it. You gotta give it, right? RUKH. I mean, if it's not RUKH, I don't think there's gonna be anybody else for today, right? Sure,
It's
we've
wild.
had some, we've had some pretty strong contenders over the previous 2 days, right? But for today, I'm gonna be tunnel visioned and say that it has to only be RUKH, right? We want to see RUKH step up, claim it, because I mean, let's be honest, RUKH has been working so dang hard in the previous 2 days as well, right? We've been seeing
Absolutely.
such a performance from their side, but now today we need to deal that crown. We need to see RUKH walk away with it, and I think it is very well deserved, and it's about time.
Just another fun stat. Out of that 8.2k damage that they've accrued over the last 3 days, 3.4 of that has just been today. So another fun little stat. You can understand why RUKH is reigning supreme. And now talking about something that you and I have been avoiding, that's zone.
We've not been avoiding it. We just don't want to. We just don't want to talk about it because I
I'm
mean,
so tired
again,
of it.
it's like day one.
And map
It's-
number 2. Like, we literally had
Yes.
this in the previous Miramar. This is silly.
I'm curious to see where it's going to shift towards, though. Is it going to pull up towards that northern side yet again, as we did see all the way back in day number 1, match 2? Or is it going to go somewhere else? Maybe somewhere better, right? I want to see it maybe pull back onto dry land. But, in all honesty, I'm not going to say no if it goes to those 2 islands. Just because, you know, it's always fun to see the
We
teams.
love those islands. We never get to
Yes.
go there.
But realistically, I don't necessarily think it is going to be the case. But, well, who knows? It can still unfold in any which way it decides to.
Look, we would be very happy to eat our words if it does go to those 2 islands. I think everyone in chat would also sit there with their mouths open and in pure shock and disarray, because that would just then I know for a fact someone paid the zone gods, 100%. I don't know how, I don't know what sacrifices were made, but something happened. Either way, let's go over towards the wonderful match we have in front of us. Quest Esports, another team that is so close to just taking the reins away from Brute Force. I mean, moving into this matchup, they are once again, unfortunately, in second place, you know, but it's just 9 points away from taking the position away from Brute Force.
Yeah, only 9. Only 9, but as we've seen at times, 9 points can be quite challenging to secure, right? We've had teams have a pretty tough run with regards to that. But I mean, if we're being honest about it, Quest, Miramar is also one of their strong maps, right? Quest is actually building up a very consistent flow across the board. And, ooh, speaking about flows, it seems like Twisted, they're onto something. They've already found 2 of R8, and there's only 2 players opposing them, stopping them from gaining even more points. And I love this gatekeep that they are holding onto the side of R8. But again, have to be very cautious not to overextend their reach, because Prestige, KRA could definitely pull them back into a little bit of a risky play.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it might be a little bit more worthwhile for the likes of R8s. I mean, considering it's still very early on into this phase, but as a duo, in what world do you want to be looking at the down the barrel of a 2v4 situation? Honestly, never likely. But we'll wait and see what R8 can turn around into the situation. I mean, in terms of rotations, they have pretty much this entire western side still for the moment fairly open. So there's a lot of spacing for them to squeeze on, and obviously everyone is gunning for those eastern positions of the zone. Again, a little bit of PTSD from some of the previous zones we've had, understandably so. No one really wants to be in the position of getting to that terrain later on.
But I think it's all going to be down to the adaptations that these teams will be looking to bring
Yeah.
on through, right? And we do see quite a convergence of teams now heading closer and closer towards center zone. But again, we are still waiting for a few stragglers to make any decisive rotations. Of course, Brute Force, as we can see, still all the way out in towards Pozo. Falcons about to tip their toes just out of the blue. The World of Battle also could maybe come through with an interesting rotation. I think they are going to be opting to rather push either through Los Leones or further down along that southern side to come through on Puerto and then start to climb the hills to get a little bit of that elevation to work in their favor.
Definitely would be very interesting showing. Having to wait and just find out where that zone goes, and it goes towards the north. Okay, so once again, a very, very, very different location. Although we're still including that eastern coastal line. Junkyard also is a bit of a very topsy-turvy location. You can see from the overview as well. A lot of dips and dives within that rotation. So there's still plenty of places for teams to get nestled in, to get a little bit of cover working with. But as soon as we start restricting, as soon as we start getting those rotations going, it's going to be awkward. It's going to be very awkward because as soon as you peek out your head, surprise, surprise, you're going to be staring down the barrel of another 5 or so teams just looking you in the face.
Well, let's see who's going to be doing that staring and who's going to be the one looking to deliver the blows down the barrel. In the meanwhile, XENON getting themselves perched down on towards that southwestern side of zone. A very, very challenging terrain to try and contend against. I mean, as you said, right, lots of dips and dives and, you know, hills and valleys all over the place. But this is also, I think, an amazing setup because it allows you to potentially sneak up on your opposition and catch them entirely off guard.
Absolutely. So, I mean, again, wait, where's Slime Machine? Yep, Slime Machine's up with 4 players, so gonna be holding and crossing all my fingers and hoping that this could be the match for them. But let's take a look at a GEEKAY as well, another team that we really would love to see bringing in a successful Miramar matchup. Unfortunately, in the crosshairs here of Xenox, just hopefully no connections will be made here and they can get nice and well into safety, into cover, get themselves set up for this next few rotations. NIGMA Galaxy is still going to be following right behind them. So very curious to see where NIGMA might end up, if they want to take one of these compounds here along the same coastline, or maybe just take some real estate away from another presenting team.
Well, let's see who is going to be looking to play that real estate game. In the meanwhile, it is RUKH with a very comfortable spot on high. I like that expanse that they have, you know, to try and leverage. But in the meanwhile, we do see Easy now playing a little bit of mechanic here, just inspecting the vehicle, ensuring that everything is exactly what it is supposed to be before they get back in. Rami having to deal with everything that truck can throw at them. But an interesting position being held. I mean, I'm curious to see what the Falcons are going to be doing. We do see them just slightly towards that northern edge. And this could potentially erupt in a bit of a triangle of doom for either team.
We do like some triangles in PUBG Mobile. You know, it always brings in a very, very interesting congestion. But looking at this now, oof, yeah, there's a lot of spots that I'm quite concerned about. One such spot specifically is Twisted Minds. I mean, they're running a 1-1-2 split, very, very split apart, and we can see they're rotating into the brute force territory. Now that zone's centering on up, they're gonna have to go straight into R8, which is a duo still. So maybe there's a potential now for Twisted to just regroup, focus on a team, focus on taking that position away from R8, get some eliminations, and then move on into the rest of this lobby.
It's going to be a tough play, though. It's you know, there's so many potential angles the teams can look to take, and I'm sincerely hoping that Twisted can find themselves in a very substantial position to make a stand. Because I mean, we want to see Twisted, right? We want to see them just look to pop off. Speaking of popping off, AXA Now taking aim down onto the side here of Brute Force. Oh, good response though. Quick retaliation as AXA does take a little bit of damage, but now Neo's going to be looking to avenge the knockdown onto Mind. But will they be able to succeed as AXA really quick with the response here, quickly managing to get themselves back into yet another absolutely contentious position. Again, Brute Force having to try and find a way to navigate themselves back into safety.
As we know for Brute Force, they can't just take it idly by. Unfortunately, yes, we know that they're currently up in first position on the overall standings, but it's only with a 9-point lead up against a team like Quest, who right now is sitting pretty in the zone, just waiting for an opportunity to get some eliminations. So a little bit more aggressive play coming through from Prepod, finding a nice hit on towards AXA really will help them get a little bit back up into those overall standings. We can see an immediate rotation away from FALCONS, moving on in. I also just love the fact that if Prepod and the rest of Brute Force decide to go straight up into the zone, look who they could run into. None other than Quest. They're rivals on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, but let's hope that that is not going to happen, right? Because, yeah, it's going to be a very, very tough play. Hopefully Quest are going to be looking to turn their focus elsewhere, but of course, well, you can't really fault them if they want to look to try and play a little bit of gatekeep. Meanwhile, Twisted now starting to climb and clamber their way on through, not yet finding a position up in towards the zone, but instead they are going to be looking to just ride that blue storm to find the next spot to move in towards FALCONS. They're going to try and take the head-on approach, but it is now going to be the side of Quest just welcoming them in, and RUKH with a beautiful plate down onto Teague, looking for the confirmation, and just a few more hits could result in exactly that.
Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. This is not an easy zone. I can't actually get over it. I mean, just looking at the valley we have here, teams are going to be split up between taking the northern reach or the southern reach. Of course, that zone might give them a bit of an easier indication as to where they should be going, but this massive split that we're going to be having is going to result in such awkward engagements. At least we do head over towards the southern side, so there's a little bit of a larger ridge line there that a few teams could nestle into. But again, it's just like a street of its own. Everyone is going to be shoulder to shoulder with nothing really separating them or blocking or keeping them safe. So as we take a look into this next phase, into these next set of rotations, positioning is going to be so crucial to whether or not a team will stay for another phase or if they will be very quickly going out, as we can see right now with FALCONS.
Well, then we also have the team favorites being shown on the side of the screen. A lot of votes going through for the side there of XENON with 33.3%. Gotta love it. Brute Force only getting 8.3% love, and NASR, GEEKAY, and Quest gonna be sharing it with 16.7%. So if you want to see your team up there, better start giving them a bit of a shout out in chat. Be sure to include the word vote, and then you add the team tag next to that as well. In the meanwhile, let's see what NIGMA Galaxy are going to be doing as they look to fend off the advances coming through from Brute Force. I think it's a good play here from Brute Force, deciding rather not to get that push straight into the side of NIGMA. They are going to be losing at least one player to this, approach as we say goodbye to Ado. But now, Neo's Prepod in a position where they could look to bring in a little bit of a strategic approach, get themselves situated just off to the side, and maybe come back with a bit of a vengeance. In the meanwhile, it is going to be NASR, Clear Vision, XENON, all just hunker down over on towards this western edge of zone.
And I mean, for the viewers in chat, as we saw, XENON, one of the favorites, so we have an idea who the chat will be rooting for into that altercation towards that western hand side. But in the meantime, here we were talking about a Brute Force, as we know, trying to bolster their current 9-point lead. Now, thanks to a few eliminations, it will at least be 11 points, but that's still not enough. Come on, we want to make sure that they are as safe as humanly possible coming back into tomorrow's matches. And this is exactly what we were talking about. Lo and behold, who do they end up running into? It's none other than Quest, or at least RUKH from Quest. So that would be a big win if Brute Force was able to take RUKH out.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case. It's going to be a tough one regardless, but they still have to get themselves repositioned back in towards the zone. We do say goodbye to Rami as Kante reaches in. Quest still going to be looking to play the nuisance card here as they become quite menacing just capitalizing on the elevation, and that is going to be Pusher just uprooting Neos. Prepod having all the pressure riding on their shoulder. Pusher with a quick play, trying to get themselves patched. But an absolute relentless approach coming through there from RUKH, and even, you know, a potential angle coming through here from Slime Machine.
Again, this is what I'm saying. I would love it if Slime Machine can actually capitalize off of the terrain that they've been gifted here. Again, a lot of angles that you can dip and dive in between. The perfect win condition here for Slime Machine. We've seen them thrive in these sort of conditions before, specifically as well on Miramar. So, looking at this with the surrounding teams, Brute Force, of course, RUKH, and then NIGMA Galaxy right behind them. Unfortunately, it's not going to be making it easy, and Quest is not going to be making it easy for RUKH. Lo and behold, RUKH just sniffing out those eliminations. One, maybe another, a third?
I don't know. I mean, RUKH is going to be pushing, right? They want that MVP for the day. And so far, a very, very strong effort going through from RUKH. So you can't falter any of those approaches. The damage getting locked in, sitting on 2 eliminations already for RUKH alone. But let's see whether or not Fahidan and the rest of Quest can look to just assist with these plays moving forward. I mean, Brute Force also not having any luck. Trying to get away from RUKH, trying to get away from the side of Quest, but Quest just so dang determined. They are going to look to hunt them down. Meanwhile, we are going to be taking a look over on towards Twisted. We find themselves with 2 eliminations up, but a few visitors now starting to pull on through. As you can see, clear vision just on the edge, but you got to watch out for Pocus, because once Pocus gets that angle secured, AZ could be in a world of trouble.
Oof. A little bit of damage being sent on out to try and delay that potential situation. Because, yeah, AZ definitely would not like what you said to come to fruition. Please, not today. Prepod out in the open, a lot of damage. Ooh, a nice assist once again from RUKH. How are they keeping track of everyone on the map right now? No one is safe from the terror and reign of Quest Esports. Sly, unfortunately, potentially the next team up on the chopping block. We can see NIGMA Galaxy now going in for a recovery there of Lord. In the meantime, while all of this chaos is going down, Sly, of course, not going to give up an opportunity for a free elimination. But this is going to set, unfortunately, the sights of Quest onto the likes of Sly Machine.
Well, let's see whether or not Sly are going to be able to survive the onslaught there from good old RUKH, right? Our overlord, at least in this match. So far for today, looking to see if they can get themselves MVP. No, Muhammad going to be feeling a little bit of heat. You can see Coops looking to reach through. Up comes the rest of the world of battle. That monster truck, just such an easy target to hit. And let's see whether or not Coops can follow through. Unfortunately, they will get denied any of that. But look at Freak, bringing a beautiful bit of assistance in way off in the distance. Muhammad, oh, playing a very, very dangerous game here as Arthur tries to bring the team back on their feet. And this is now going to be up to Freak to see if they can save the day and avenge their fallen teammates.
Yeah, this is not exactly the way that NIGMA Galaxy were planning to have this matchup go. At least 2 eliminations in the pocket so far, but Freak is either facing, you know, pretty much the 3-man here of the World of Battle, or they can turn around and face the entirety of GEEKAY Esports. So, caught between a rock and a hard place. Tough decisions all around. As we mentioned, Quest just keeping a keen eye here from the northern side on the teams that they could potentially be taking out next. I do like this reach across here from Slime Machine all the way over towards the World of Battle, trying to secure themselves this eastern side and give themselves a little bit more room to work with.
But now they are going to be looking to expand, as we can see up on that map. XENON, meanwhile, going to be focusing their efforts in on towards the western front, but up comes AZ. A good retaliation, quick answer onto the play from Senkei. Drops the first one down. Now, ooh, the follow-through is there. Carry Boy will get brought to their knees as well. And now it's going to be reliant on Marshall and Lazy Boy. But Twisted, I love this momentum, right? They still have the full squad up. But ooh, look at this. XENON going to be finding themselves in a very tough predicament. NASR also going to be looking to step up the pacing here. But where will they go as Lazy Lion gets uprooted and whooped out of the vehicle? Marshall, oh, going to be following the rest of the team back into the lobby. XENON ending with only 2 eliminations up. Twisted now sitting with a very luscious 5. But they have a position over onto the edge of zone, and still so many teams looking to contest.
Yeah, the excitement was a little bit too much for my lungs there. So a little bit of a hiccup away, and we take a look at what's happening here on this matchup. NASR, of course, a bit of a tough time here. They've had a fantastic showing today so far, but at this point in time, they are unfortunately losing a member without any potential for retaliation. Moving in from that western side now. Twisted Minds actually right up ahead of them, and Twisted, so far they've been able to pick up 5 eliminations, so a very good showing for Twisted Minds, and I'm not going to speak about it too much because I want to continue to see where this might be going. Same could be said here. RTG moving on in have been a little bit more on the quiet side, only 1 elimination so far, and they have, as you've mentioned, unfortunately taken the attention from our overlord, that being RUKH and Quest Esports, and now it's a little bit of danger looming around the corner.
Yeah, maybe more than a little bit of danger looming around the corner, but let's see how this is gonna go. R8, RTG, a little bit of that R&R action. Meanwhile, the world of battle will get stopped. Down they go, 11th place it is. Beautiful nades getting delivered as RTG is backed up and shipped away. Also 1 elimination up. And now, down to the final 9 we go. R8, beautiful bit of possession onto the edge there, but now they're going to have to work to get themselves into security, right? They got NASR, they got Twisted Minds, and even the Overwatch coming through from Quest. So let's see how Prestige is going to look to play this one as KRA gets dropped. Evo Station cooking up a bit of a nade. RUKH looking to step it up yet again, but Prestige having very, very limited options. Let's see, maybe that Molly. This is going to miss the approach, at least for the time being. So far, the bounce is good. Coming through as a response there from Prestige. But Twisted, they seem to be absolutely determined to get the play onto R8.
Ooh, this would be a very good opening for them. Just a little bit more spacing, a little bit more eliminations to add to the tally, of course. But again, this northern reach, it's starting to get a bit cramped. They need to open up an opportunity here for them. Quest also, in the meantime, has felt a little bit of the action thanks to the likes of Sly Machine, but as it has not, unfortunately, resulted in any sort of elimination, any sort of numbers being taken away from Quest. So they are still up in full force, ready to fight this lobby. Taking a look now, time for that new zone shift.
Let's see where it's gonna take us. Ooh, all right, all right. A little bit of a bumpy ride. That is what the teams are gonna experience trying to get themselves situated up in towards this next one. But as we take a look at it, we can see right NASR trying to push through, trying to get themselves regrouped back into zone. Virtual Gaming is quite a beautiful opportunity here now to just gatekeep the heck out of the edge of zone. Oh, Prestige has been found, and down they go. Twisted still having quite the opportunity at hand, but Quest starting to rotate up. They've been drawn in like moths to the flame as they draw nearer and nearer, looking to contest for Western possession. Meanwhile, it's going to be Freak looking to keep the dreams alive here for NIGMA Galaxy. Only 3 eliminations, that is what the team has found, but they are within placement point territory. So let's see just how many they'll be able to secure.
Ooh, very, very dangerous position here. Freak, somehow, some way, against all the odds, has made it up until this point. Bit of a sandwich now here between Sly Machine and GEEKAY. Can already see trying to just open up that spacing. Low. Oh, the blue zone is going to be going through. Smoke's deployed now, trying to get a little bit of cover, trying to get a little closer. But Sly Machine immediate going to be having an opportunity here just to take NIGMA Galaxy back into the lobby. Unfortunately, again, no cover. This is what we were talking about, this terrain. So incredibly awkward to try and rotate out when you are just exposing yourself to the surrounding teams.
I mean, you might have a beautiful position onto one team alongside you, but then as you start to move, you open up to the rest of the lobby. But here we go now. RUKH gonna be looking to push it to the very, very end. Already sitting with 6 eliminations up. Will they find Evo? Yes, they do. And that is the Twisted Minds now coming through with a little bit of retaliation. As we can see the drop coming in. Now, RUKH gonna have to try and hold on, but a good response being delivered onto the side there of Amjid. Virtual Gaming Squad can be quite a menace, but Quest, they are determined. They want to step it up. RUKH working so exceptionally hard, already sitting with 8 eliminations to their name. Fares, Yafoz, and Mosta now have the power to decide whether or not RUKH will be able to push on forward as they do get re-knocked. The molly is right on top of them. Someone's got to put an end to Fares.
Oh no, bringing in the pain and actually completely sending Quest back into the lobby saying it is done. The reign of RUKH, at least for this map, is over. Here we go. We've got 3 more teams left alive. The 3 you weren't expecting, Virtual Gaming, GEEKAY, and Slime Machine. Finally, we get to give these teams a little bit of love. We get to see what they're really made of.
Well, here we go. Slime Machine now definitely going to try and step it up, find even more momentum. Looking at how they've been performing so far, I mean, this is definitely one of their best matches we've seen to date on this map. But let's see, can they convert this into that needed success? GEEKAY also phenomenal opportunity to take it up and beyond. But where will it go? Virtual Gaming Squad also finding themselves in a very similar position with regards to the overall Miramar performances. Neither of these teams have been able to secure themselves a victory, and it is going to be one of them to walk away with that winner chicken dinner. Oh, but Slime Machine taking a very, very risky rotation as they've now been reduced down to only Steezy. So Ragnar going to try and capitalize on the available opportunity, but Virtual Gaming Squad, they have the numbers. They have a potential advantage to try and leverage. As you can see them now coming through with that beautiful 2-2 split. So Fares trying to sneak up the edge, definitely leading the assault for the Virtual Gaming Squad.
Oh, you love to see the action. Unfortunately, Slime Machine will just have to bow out for this moment. But here we take a look at it. Mosta moving on Ed. We've seen what they've been able to do on this map specifically. And now up against GEEKAY. Gate going down. An immediate turnaround and the perfect crossfire to secure Virtual Gaming the winner chicken dinner. Finally, we get to give them a little bit of love. And I believe this is their second winner chicken dinner.
Yep, their second chicken dinner overall, but their very first on the map of Miramar. So what a way to close off day number 3, right? Amazing, amazing performances that we've seen come through here. The teams continuously stepping up to the plate, stepping up to the challenge. And what a challenging day it has been. I mean, we've seen back-to-back chickens. We've seen absolute sheer domination being shown. And of course, well, teams rising up like Phoenix from the ashes. An absolutely amazing, amazing plays. Well done to Virtual Gaming Squad.
It was a brilliant, brilliant showing there. But again, I have to give it up to all 3 of the squads we had there. I mean, GEEKAY making it to the top 3. Slime Machine, hello, thank you. Making it to the top 3. Finally, once again, we get to sing a few praises for our silent assassins. I don't know if it's just this terrain that, again, just as you mentioned, potentially brought that win condition for the teams. They could bring through those very ninja-esque plays. But let's go take a look at those match rankings and see how exactly it panned out.
Well, as you can see, Virtual Gaming Squad are going to be sitting at the top of the board. 15 eliminations and 25 points in total. Quest coming through with their double digits there as well, right? 10 eliminations, looking so nice. GEEKAY, surprisingly, only 1 elim, but it's still a lot to them. 7 points in total. Twisted picking up some very much needed points, and great play coming through with their 7 eliminations alongside the helping there with the placement points.
No, look, Twisted Minds was definitely a hook right out of the corner there for me. I wasn't expecting to see them perform so well on this map. I mean, similarly, I would say I wasn't expecting Clear Vision, RUKH, and Vision. Oh, wow. There's so many visions in that sentence to not perform that well on this Miramar matchup. Even for XENON, again, our viewer favorites, unfortunately, and Brute Force did not quite have the matchup they were expecting. It's been, I'd say, overall a very interesting day for Brute Force as well. We'll get into that a little bit later on. But those highlights around the corner, I think, are going to paint a very pretty picture when you take a look at it as well, because all you're going to be seeing in the elimination feed is RUKH, 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 RUKH.
Yeah, 100%. So, 100%. I had to add the third one in there. RUKH has to, though. I mean, this has to be enough for RUKH to get the MVP, right? This needs to be it. So let's take a look at the highlights.
Absolutely. Like we said, just keep your eyes on the left-hand side. You'll just see RUKH, RUKH, RUKH. Yeah, I'm kidding. Just taking a look at this, though, we get to see a little bit of a glimpse at how Twisted Minds were able to just, once again, step up the plate, give us a little bit of surprise. I don't know why it's always the last map. Every single time, it's this last Miramar of the day. The Twisted Minds are just like, hello, our turn. Thank you very much.
Maybe they felt like they had quite a bit of you know, fuel left in the reserve, and they might as well just, you know, utilize the last few bits of it so that they don't have any stale you know, fuel to take into tomorrow, whatever the case is. But yeah, very surprising performances. You can't really falter anything that we've been seeing so far. I mean, it is just exactly what we're trying to see, right? As you said, Twisted coming through with a very satisfactory performance, locking in those 7 eliminations. I mean, we want to see more of that, but we want to have them start a little bit sooner in the day.
Yeah. Look, the last matchup of the day to just suddenly get all of these points. Tomorrow, when we come back to match number, the last day of matches, from match number 1, please, can we have this performance? Can we have this level of aggression from Twisted Minds? And I mean, it was beautiful to witness, as well as for, you know, Sly Machine moving in, bringing in a little bit of action as well. But Virtual Gaming, ultimately, in those final moments, that crossfire was perfection.
Yeah, there's nothing that you can really fault on that. But you know, we've been seeing Brute Force doing a few things here and there. You know, they've been trying to play a bit of a menacing game here today. Today was a really tough day. Yesterday and the day before went much better. Let's take a look at a bit of a comparison between what they were doing in yesterday's games as opposed to today. As you can see, there's quite a bit of a stark difference.
Look, it paints the picture as to why Brute Force would be in the position they are. Not to spoil the overall rankings, but when we eventually get there, we will understand why they are in this position. And I mean, also just to paint the picture so starkly afterwards, the performance that Quest gave us. I mean, with RUKH picking up the eliminations that they did, just purely on RUKH's points, you can understand why they were able to go toe-to-toe with, at the beginning of the day, our #1 team. So hopefully for Brute Force, if they see this, it's a stark reminder, it's a wake-up call. They can come back tomorrow, they can be refreshed, and they can, you know, get down to business.
Well, I mean, you gotta commend the efforts coming through from Quest. They had an absolutely amazing day, ending with 39 eliminations just for today. And in fact, Quest, they've actually had the highest earning day across the board, right? Such a play. So big congratulations to them. And of course, a very close second coming through then from the players of RUKH Esports, who also were able to find themselves 47 points total. So we got to take a look at a few things, right? I mean, it's a very close shave between RUKH Esports and NASR, both teams having quite an exceptional day here.
Absolutely. I mean, being the second or the third highest earning team that we've been seeing from just today's matches, it was a beautiful showing. And for RUKH, I mean, even though we saw so many devastating, you know, opportunities, unfortunately losing out on that Sanhok win, moving back into the matches, consistency has been the key for them. And I'm loving that we're seeing just that slight little extra bit of flavor, which again, if they find themselves in the top 4 slots at the end of the day of these overall rankings, it is purely well deserved. And I can say the same for NASR. I mean, it feels so good to once again be able to talk about these names because of their experience, because we know what they're capable of, and say, yeah, you deserve to be exactly where you are.
I mean, you got to say, NASR, they've really been trying to push it as best they can. And I mean, again, there's just so much that has happened here today. I mean, we've got so many different things that we can take a look at.
Yeah, we have really looked at a lot. But firstly, before we get any further, we have to talk about Quest Esports. What a day they have had. And if we take a look at the exact numbers, they're they're high-key terrifying. RUKH average knockouts of 3.8. Average eliminations of 4, and then the damage numbers coming through from the rest of the team to help support RUKH, even though he's still reigning disgustingly supreme with that damage. It really starts to paint the picture. This team has been so greatly cohesive. They have been supporting one another. They have been showcasing and stepping up where another falls short. They've also been helping their star players just have a field day. I mean, in those last moments over towards Miramar, I'm pretty sure I saw RUKH get knocked like 3 times, and they still just got right back up on their feet and went back at it again.
Well, seeing that you're on that topic, right, there's a big thing that we want to have decided here, right? We're curious to know who our MVP is. So without any further delay, let's hop straight into it and see who our MVP of day number 3 is.
Yes, look at that damage! 5,000 damage. 5,003 damage, if we must be so specific. And 29 eliminations. These numbers are actually... Just to go back to day number 1, it was 15 eliminations.
Yep.
You know, it was a very... It was still a very incredible showing. But then you put them against these sort of numbers and you're like... It's like... It's rookie numbers, man. You gotta look at RUKH.
I mean, phenomenal play coming through there from RUKH. As I said, right, there can only be one MVP today. It has to be RUKH. If not RUKH, I don't know who else, right? So big congratulations going out to RUKH for securing that play and, of course, the award. But in case you forgot who got all of our winner chicken dinners here today, right? Let's take a quick look at that as well.
An incredible showing so far, and for the first time we get to see a back-to-back winner chicken dinner, unsurprisingly coming through from Quest Esports. I mean, an incredible day for them overall, both as a team, both as the individuals, just absolutely dominating the field. And it starts to paint the picture. I mean, it's during when we started, we were looking at Brute Force, we were looking at a number of teams like XENON still being in the top 4, but just the performance from NASR, from RUKH, from Quest, of course, just to completely shake things up. I mean, what a statement to make to the competitors.
Yeah, definitely quite a bit of a statement being made here. But, you know, see what statements, right? You were talking about the leaderboards and talking about how things could potentially have changed and, you know, what could be the play of the day. We are looking at a bit of a trend that is starting to happen with regards to our overall rankings here. And I think it would be quite fitting for us to head straight over into that. As you can see, the top 3 teams, each sitting with 3 winner chicken dinners to their name.
And for Quest, it was the 2 of today. For Brute Force, they picked up 1. For RUKH, they picked up 1. I mean, this is just consistency at its finest. Also just 101. I mean, 101 ways to just take out your competition right there.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Quest Esports. Beautiful showing, and everyone reaching that century. But a massive drop-off for teams like, you know, as an example, XENON. I mean, for virtual gaming, they climbed 4 slots to get themselves into the top 5. Doing so by jumping over NIGMA, by jumping over Road to Glory, and XENON as well, who unfortunately now find themselves at the bottom of the overall standings, coming through from 4th.
It's a tough play. It is a very, very tough play indeed. But, you know, hopefully tomorrow we could see a bit of a change continue to happen here. Vision also now, they've been relegated down onto that 9th page as a result of the last game. R8 Falcons, no change with their position, at least not after this last match that we just saw. GEEKAY though with a beautiful upward trend heading up into 12th place. We did see Sly as well as Twisted, again climbing up the board, but the World of Battle taking quite a bit of a drop, losing 2 slots all the way down into 16th position.
Look, it's understandable, especially in that last matchup. Just Twisted Mind, Slime Machine, they made a statement. Coming back tomorrow, like I said, don't leave it for the last map. We've only got 6 more matches, 6 more opportunities that these teams have to actually get themselves anywhere closer to the overall rankings. Whether it's just now for prize pool, whether it's still trying to get yourself a PMGC slot, it has to start from match number 1 tomorrow.
Well, speaking about match number 1, of course, we need to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Mad respect, mad love going out to them. But of course, mad respect going out to our teams as well. Playing like absolute legends, like absolute goats. And I mean, what an exciting championship we are looking at so far. And as you've said, right, everything is going to boil down to the final matches coming in tomorrow. I mean, it's all down to the wire, right? Still, not a vast gap between our teams, and there's going to be so much yet to be seen. And of course, while we're on that, we'd love to hear your thoughts as well. So be sure to hit us up on social media, right? You can hit us up on YouTube, Facebook, as well as on TikTok, and tell us, what do you think is going to be the outcome? Will we see a bit of a resurgence potentially coming through tomorrow? Or do you think that the leaderboard is essentially kind of set, right? I mean, there's so many things that can happen in just 6 matches. Of course, we'd love to hear your thoughts. Be sure to include the hashtag the PMPL MEA Champ along with your thoughts. Is Any closing thoughts that you want to share?
6 more matches before we crown 4 PMGC slots, before we crown our champions for the fall spring split. So make sure you tell your friends, make sure you get them in the chats from match number 1 tomorrow, because it's going to be absolutely chaotic. And again, remember to vote for your teams coming back tomorrow. They are going to need every little bit of energy you can muster if they have a shot of making it happen. This competition has never been this high. We have never seen such a competitive MEA Championships before for the Middle East and Africa regions. So got to give a lot of love and respect to our teams, and tomorrow's going to be fun.
Well, I can't say anything on top of that, right? The only thing that I can add to that is, well, we'll see you all back again tomorrow, same time, same place, and even more insane PUBG mobile action. Until then, stay fresh, stay frosty, and we'll see you all later.